Hello, boys and girls, lads and lassies, and Jim! Jim's down there! Look, here he's there! Hello, Jim!
You have no proof.
We think it's Alex, just he's nicked your icon.
Absolutely.
But so glad to have you back. We've missed you.
Yeah, it's
So we
been
have.
a long time.
Yeah, I've had nobody to argue with.
We definitely missed you, Jim.
It's much appreciated. I have been lurking in the chat.
Yes, we have noticed.
No.
Yes. He who works. So, another week. And this is my third year on YouTube. I signed up on the 15th of April 2020. My first video was in June, but I registered my at PJ maybe 1 on 3 years ago today.
Congratulations.
So 3 years and 683 subscribers later.
Well, at least we're above 666.
Yes, and I've got a couple of wee announcements for tonight. So I have. So
That sounds good.
yeah, 3 years. Yeah, I feel like an old man. Actually, I look like an old man, but that's a different thing altogether.
Oh, we all seen the first videos when you just started out, and
Oh,
you were young,
God, they were
young
bad,
one.
weren't they? It was blurry, and it was a no beard, and I was
Oh, so you're supposed to have the beard.
basically it was basically just stubble.
Oh, wow.
And basically my computer was up there, and you could see the wall. You could see a lot less in my man cave, and you could see the door. So yeah, it was unusual. And I had a wee cheap camera, which I had to replace about 3 times because going cheap doesn't actually help. I got a £10 camera, and it was so blurry I could hardly see myself. I replaced it with a slightly better one that lasted about a week. Then it went blurry, and I couldn't see.
I've seen a couple of early videos, but not the first few. I'm going to have to go check for those.
Oh, they're really, really, really bad. So they are.
So how did the two of you hook up? Because the first time I started watching it was the two of you and Wendology.
Yeah, I think it was a case of we had met in, was it the Father's stream or no, the Father's? It was somebody else's stream we met up in.
I'm not sure if it was Father's or if it was Purple, but we just got talking in the chat on the sideline, and it was like, "Hey, I want to do some stuff on a Saturday evening."
Yeah,
well, cool.
And we started it. It had no name. There was no Let's Talk Geeky. It was just a let's chat. Let's talk about geeky stuff. It was literally just, and then it just went from there. But yeah, we met up in somebody else's chat, and that's where we started chatting. And realised the two of us had completely opposite opinions on some things.
Well, that makes it work.
Well, that's what you mean, opposite opinion. We have energetic discussions.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we always knew that I was right, Jim was wrong, and Jim always knew he was right and I was wrong. So we were pure positive. But yeah, we started up. Even then, it's been about a year, nearly 2 years for Let's Talk Geeky as well. I'll need to actually go back and find out when the first Let's Talk Geeky was. It was a long, long time ago. Let's see. Contents, playlist.
Wait, Let's Talk Geeky 80. So that would be, what is it, 50 weeks a year. So it's at
52.
least a year and a half. And then
But remember, I had a wee bit of time off. I had a wee bit of time
take away
off.
the breaks and everything, but it should be about 2 years then.
That sounds
Yeah.
right.
So Let's Talk Geeky number 1. So the one that's officially classed as Let's Talk Geeky was over a year ago. Yeah, because we'd done some Let's Talk Geeky. We did The Day the Earth Stood Still, Logan's Run, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Faulty Towers, and then we actually just did it as a Let's Talk Geeky. Oh, I just actually started playing it. I'm just looking to see the date. It just says June the 26th. So over a year. A year and a half, nearly 2 years. June the 26th, 21. So coming up for 2 years soon.
Very cool.
It has been, and it's been a great fun ride to get to where we are. We've had
just look at the family we do have now. I know we're a little bit short staffed this particular evening.
Yeah, Wendy just said that she's not going to make it. She's not feeling well.
Right, not a problem.
We have we have Stephen Ransom, we have Roman, we have
We've got
Alex,
we've got Colin.
Colin. I keep forgetting.
We have occasionally we've had guests on as well. We've had Ian.
Ian, Ian, Amanda Gold or whatever it is that his series is.
Rebecca Gold.
Yeah. Rebecca Gold.
Rebecca Gold. Yeah.
And we've had Sadaku has been on.
Yeah, he's been on. That's right.
Frequent joiner.
He has been recently, but yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously, beginning of this year, Gillian, who I noticed last year, the 1st of January, the first stream in January, you and Colin were the two in the chat, the first two in the chat. That was 2022, beginning of January, our first stream. There's the first two comments, you and Colin. And now you're on the chat.
There was a bit of back and forth there, like a tug of war. Who managed to get it in first? Was it Colin or was it you, Kelly?
I stumbled. It's funny how I stumbled upon everybody whose streams I follow. They just were suggested to me out of the blue because I'd started looking for Doctor Who streams.
Yep.
And you guys came up, and Spacebook came up, and Rabbi came up, and Nerdfather came up, and all sorts of people. And I consider you all friends. I mean, we have great times together, online, offline. It's good. I'm really liking the little world we've got.
Yep. And I'm hoping in September when the Friday Night Tykes are having a meetup down south. I'm going to be there, and I'm hoping I can actually meet up with some of the people I've only ever seen on screen. Yeah. It's not actually the big crew. It's coming over from the States. It's the ones from down south that I've streamed with and I've never met. It's what I'm looking forward to.
You want pictures and video?
Well, next year I am definitely going to the Vegas meetup if it's on, and that way I should at least meet Roman.
Does Roman even really exist?
I think he's actually. I think he's an AI. So I do.
He's just very busy being retired.
Yes, he's just sitting there with his old man, his headphones on, his vinyl going, and he's dun, 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 dun. That's it. He's just basically being his old man. I'm an old man at a different stage, but yeah, my old talking about it. PJ may be old is my new channel. Basically, what I have done. Because I'm feeling old, looking old, and believe me, my body's going, old. I've decided to do something that helps improve my health. And I hate walking. So I've taken up something that means that I walk. Because I hate walking with no reason. So I've decided to walk with a reason and a purpose. And my purpose is I bought myself a metal detector.
Very cool.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah. And my new channel is about me learning metal detecting. The last time I had a metal detector in my hand, I was 12.
Wow.
45 years ago. And my dad had bought it because my dad was always interested in archaeology, and he thought this is a way to get us interested in things. And what he did was he got us it. And then I realised there was girls out there, so it went by the wayside. So what I did...
But don't knock it that much. I mean, people do mock the detectorists a little bit, but
Yes.
every now and then they stumble upon like a Viking grey worth like 17 million pounds.
Well, the 2014 in Galloway, they found a Viking hoard, the Galloway hoard, and their reward was just under 2 million.
Wow.
Yeah. It took 3 years for it to come through because obviously, because it's a significant find, anything you find, you have to report to Treasure Trove. They don't want you to report things like newer stuff. It's anything it possibly could be able to. They record it, they evaluate it, and if it's not of significant interest, they return it to you, and you can do whatever you want with it. If it's of significant
but
interest,
even so, 22 million in 3 years. For me to get that after tax.
No, 2 million, not 22, just under 2 million.
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
a million each.
2 million.
That's still a lot of money.
Yeah.
2 million. That would take me about 25 years to save up to.
Yeah.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, so if you find something, if they find it significant, it doesn't matter if it's small or big, they have to go, if somebody's interested in it, one of the museums or whatever, they get the market value for it, and then you get a reward based on the market value.
There was a TV show a couple of years ago, I can't remember the name of it, where they did, I think, like the top 100 finds in Britain.
Yeah.
And I think, what's her name? Brittany something or other, the brunette historian. But anyway, they did a top 100 finds in Britain. Obviously, Sutton Hoo was on the list, but they talked about finds from real people and where they're located now and how they were found and how much money they're worth. It was really interesting. Very
some of the things are just amazing. But as I've done my intro video, basically saying about why I'm getting into it and what I'm looking for and what I'm looking to get out of it, because I do like history stuff. So in the valley, there's an old Roman fort which has been dug up because there's a sand quarry there, and in the 1930s they excavated it, and there's they found a lamp which is up in the Hunterian Museum. There's a road that comes part way along the valley, and they suspect it goes all the way along down towards Ayr, but it's only suspected. They've got no proof of it. There's
never hear from you again. We know you've gotten the new Sutton Hoo.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be retired and I'll be doing this permanently. This and metal detecting. And I got my first permission. You have to get permission in the UK, in Scotland, especially in UK, because all land is owned. Right. And you have to request permission. So I was around today and I asked a couple, and I got permission to detect on their land.
Nice.
So I've got the permissions, I've got my detector, I've got my shovel, I've got my bits and bobs, I've got things organised, and now all I need to do is go out, and that'll be next weekend will be my first trip out. See again?
Then you call Time Team.
Yes. I'm hoping I find something that I can get Tony to come. Nah, no, the other guy, just Tony. Bring Tony back.
I saw an interview Tony did. And but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough during the whole show.
I know. Basically, I was expecting him to be back and do the presenting part, but it was only an introduction.
Just remember, PJ, any Viking coins you find belong to me.
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? So there's Roman stuff, and further along, there's Neolithic stuff as well, non-Neolithic stuff. There's a couple of battlefields locally where Robert the Bruce fighting the Lord Pembroke, and at the back there's rumours of two mounds which are Viking. So there's Viking, Roman, Neolithic, and there's part of not the Jacobite, but the war as well. Plus the castle. It's an old castle up there. It's a ruin. It got burnt down, and the family murdered in reprisal for the laird of the manor actually helping somebody else, and it was the religious troubles with the Catholics and Protestants. So he built a keep locally, and he stayed in the keep because he was expecting a further attack. So there is a lot of history in the valley. So I'm hoping to find some of it for myself. I'm not expecting to go and find the next big thing, but the first thing I find, I'll be actually woohoo, even if it's a 10p piece at the farmer drop the week before.
It's likely going to be one of those flick handles from a Coke can or something.
A ring pull. But I'm looking forward to it. So, and when I was speaking to the farmer, he'd said he'd had people asking before, but as far as I'm aware, he never gave them permission. So, and he stayed there 50 years.
So he's never found anything when he's been plowing or anything.
No. Oh. So, because I was saying to him, his land, there's been a property on that land that I know of from 1860, and he says, no, I don't think it's that old. Not the building. There used to be a building further down. I says you could see it on the LiDAR where the building was, but this building is at least 150 years, 170 years old. And he says, I didn't know that. And he says, do you know what its original name is? And I says, aye, but I couldn't remember that at the time. I do know now. And I've printed it off, so the map from the 1860s. Because obviously you need to do some research so you know what you're doing. There's an old railway runs by there as well. Plus, in the valley, there was a lot of milling getting done. So there's an old paper mill, there's cotton mills and stuff like that all along the valley. So there's a lot of different stages, and I'm hoping to find something just so I can actually research into it, because I've got books coming. I've got a lot of stuff organized on my computer so I can keep track of what's happening. I'm looking forward to getting right into it. And I was just, where was it? Grand Moff said, see, I was always the same. I've always wanted a metal detector. When I was a kid, I didn't appreciate it. But next time I wanted to get into it, I had kids and I had no time. The next time after that, I wanted to get into it. I had plenty of time, but I had no money. Now I've got plenty of time and some money. eBay's a godsend, so I could buy things cheap. So everything from eBay and Gumtree, it basically allowed me to get my starting kit for a reasonable price. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to document how I do. Like, although my back has no grass, I'm going to practice out there, which I'm going to record and see how bad I am. That should be fun. So that's what my plans are for me moving forward. Still continue on this, and hopefully with the exercise I'm going to get, I'll get my energy back up and I can start my Wednesday stream again, because I found being very lethargic, and I think it's just to the fact is I'm getting older and my body's just saying, get out and do something to get energy up. So walking with a metal detector should give me a wee bit more energy.
I'm older.
So what you're saying is I'm getting too old for this bleep.
I'm getting too old for these things. But Julie,
yes,
you keep telling us, but the difference is you don't look it. I do.
Well, let me tell you this. I fall asleep on the couch at 8 o'clock at night watching television, okay?
Well, I can do one better. When I come in from work, I go for a nap. So I do. I go for an hour's kip every night when I come in from work. I'm not knackered.
5 in the afternoon here, and I've already taken a nap.
Yeah. So I do that every day. That's why the Wednesday was starting to be a struggle, because I was coming in from work and I was knackered.
Right.
And I just decided that it was taking too much out of me, which is causing me to be more knackered, because I had homework to do for my stream, and I was just getting the top. So that's why I put a hold on it for a wee while. Get out detecting, get energy, get the good weather, and then hopefully it'll build up my energy reserve to get back in to do a Wednesday stream. So fill the dig. Yep. See, to me, Tony, Phil, and Mick were my three favourites. I liked, my dad's favourite was Victor and Mick, and what was his name? He liked Phil as well, because my dad always wanted to be an archaeologist, but he liked Victor because he loved his artwork, Victor Ambrose, and he liked the guy who used to be the historian.
Right. Oh, I remember him. Yeah.
What was his name? Yeah, I can't even remember his name off the top of my head.
I just watched yesterday.
Yeah, but so my dad liked him because he liked the fact that somebody's digging. So Phil, someone who was basically doing all the research for it, which was, I keep on going to say Roland, but it's not. I can't remember his name. I'll need to actually dig it out. And he loved Victor for the artwork to bring it all back to life. And see when it went to the computer generated, he wasn't as keen. The computer generation, anybody could do that. Oh, you don't need to even be an artist. All you need to do is somebody that actually knows how to code. And that's the type of thing. So my dad always appreciated the hands-on stuff. So yeah. So
the summer of 1969, my family got to go to England and Wales. And we went to Winchester Cathedral, and there was a dig going on right on the grounds. And wow. I remember walking, up the pathway to the entrance to the cathedral, and seeing the dig and seeing some skulls there and everything. And I thought that was the coolest thing imaginable. And I wanted to be an archaeologist, and I'm not.
Well, see, my dad always wanted to be, but he just never got the chance to do it.
But I do know that they have like week-long holidays you can take and do archaeology. My problem is I can't be on my knees that long. I wouldn't be able to walk.
Yeah, I do appreciate that one, I must admit. So I'm actually looking for his name on the IMDb. See, one of the other archaeologists I must admit, was Raksha. She was great as well.
Oh, I liked her. And she's not on the new show either, I don't think.
She's not?
I don't think so.
But accordingly, there's a video of her attend a metal detecting rally.
Oh, really?
So she was. It's where's his name? Francis Pryor. Was it? No, Francis was the other guy. It was the one that always Robin Bush. I knew it began with. I remember I kept saying. I thought it was Roland. It's Robin Bush.
Now here's Orkney Archaeology Tours. Holidays up in Orkney.
Mm-hmm.
Peter's Summer Tours, UK tours led by experts, small group archaeological, historical, and cultural tours. That sounds like fun. Someday I will get there. I have to, of course, make extra time to get off the tour and meet some of you.
Yeah. Grand Moff, it was Carenza Lewis. I remember that because it was an unusual name. I'd never heard anybody Carenza. But there is, I've seen metal detecting tours for groups and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Mind you, the website seems to be, it's not been updated for the last 3 years. Could be because of the pandemic, everything went on hold.
Yeah,
But
they've
the
got,
pandemic actually caused a spike in metal detecting because people could get out themselves and just go and do it. And accordingly, I was looking at the treasure trove, and the website is fines right up to 2021, and it went the amount of fines because everybody was doing it because they got a metal detector and then they could go for a walk and do something when they were stuck at home. So it's exponential growth since the pandemic. So it has been.
that's
So,
good. Yeah, I just would love to do an archaeology. Oh, here's another one. Barhead Travel UK. 40 years of experience doing archaeology and history holidays.
yeah. See, I think it would be fun as well. It's just the idea going hunting for history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to actually, I would say, a complete and utter novice. So I've done my research, what the do's and don'ts, the goods and bads, what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing. And I've done a lot of research over the last week. It's easy sitting reading a web page. And I watched The Detectorists, so that helped.
I need to see the rest of that. I've watched a couple episodes. I just hadn't seen the rest of it.
Yeah. So
Still,
I'm going to
PJ,
actually.
it's an honorable journey nonetheless, and
Yep.
I'm definitely looking forward to see what you find, even if it is absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I'm actually expecting to find a lot more of that than anything else.
But think of it like this: you going a Viking,
Yes.
because Viking means go on a journey, go on
Yep.
an exploration.
Yep. And the good thing is I can drive my car, park, and to get to the first field is literally a 2-minute walk from my car park.
Wow.
Because the guy's farm is quite a big farm. And he said to me, do down at the bottom of the hill. And I thought, excellent, because I would have to go all the way around and park and come all the way up normally. Where he's done it, there's a path down nearer the road, and it's just a case of in and into the field. Unless the gate is a way around at the other end, then I'll need to walk around. But in effect, it's right at the path, so that's handy. Also means that that path will be a lot of people going, what are you doing? What did you find? Headsets on. Can't hear you. So, yeah, I'm actually launching my new channel.
Nice.
And it is PJ May Be Old. Problem is, I was going to call it something different. So I had named it at PJ May Be Old, but I was going to call it the Digging for Old. I play on the digging for gold, but then I realised that with the Scottish accent, if I keep on saying I'm digging, I'm a digger. I thought I best not actually have something like that because somebody's going to actually mishear me at one point. So I decided to change it, but you can't change it within 14 days. So I've got the at PJ May Be Old is the channel, but the channel's still called Digging Old. So I need to wait for another 7 days to change it to PJ May Be Old. So if you like, share, and subscribe, join me on my journey to detect and collect. As I've had to come up with a wee I'm not old, I'm classic route, and I thought, what? Well, I'm going out to detect and collect, so detect and collect is my new logo. So there you go. That's what my plans are for the future, to run and conduct junctions. So when I'm sitting in front of my computer the rest of the week, I've got my TV programs, I've got my collections, I've got everything. However, at least one day at the weekend, I go out away from my computer, it doesn't get switched on, and I go and detect. And then when I come back, I go through my stuff, clean it up, and look at what I've got and find out what it is. So, yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to being this old that I'm actually getting really excited about walking.
Not just about the walking. It's all of us needs to get away from these freaking computers.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was. Basically, my daughter always finds it funny that I wanted to go back to work because she know her growing up. I've always said, "Oh, wish I could work from home. I work my computer. Why can't I work from home?" I got the opportunity to work from home for a year and a half, and I was in my man cave from 8 in the morning till 12 at night, sometimes 2 in the morning, 7 days a week. And even I was getting sick of it. I needed to get out. And so when the opportunity to go back to work, I jumped at it.
You see, I had a different attack, angle of attack to that whole thing. My workspace is not my man cave space.
I see.
My
I've got
bedroom is completely clean of any smartphone, tablet, TV whatsoever. Bedroom is for sleeping.
Yeah.
The work area is for work. The gaming and the live streaming area and the geek and collectible area, that's for that thing.
Yeah, whereas my man cave is everything.
Yeah.
And if my wife could get away with it, I would have a hammock. But I've said no. I'm not sleeping in my man cave as well. I need to get out occasionally. I keep on wondering why she's put the new lock on the outside, but I don't understand that. She says it's to make sure that I can keep my stuff safe. I says, but it's on the outside and there's no lock on the inside. So she shuts it. I'm knackered. So, yeah. But no, I decided I need 1 day a week. I need to get away from my computer. And I thought a Sunday's the perfect day. After the Saturday night, just goes to show I didn't get my nap today because I was out walking around
nature.
So after a Saturday stream, I can just chill out on a Sunday, going metal detecting, hail, rain, sleet, or not snow because the ground will be solid, so there's no point trying to dig it. So yeah, I did. So I bought myself a metal detector. Yay! And tomorrow I'm going to practice it. I picked it up today.
Right, so I'm popping up to Scotland next weekend, and we'll go out and have fun.
Definitely, you're always welcome. But yeah, it's something I'm literally going to do. It's my channel's just going to be about me starting off, things I learned, things that I found, things that my progress through the hobby to the point where I see. And I was talking to the people, and I even joined the club. I've got my insurance just in case liability, in case accidentally I leave a gate opened and the farmer has to go and hunt for his cattle, which, based on the way my dad brought me up, it's unlikely to happen. His was a case of finish the work, clean up behind you. Finish the work, clean up behind you. So I know when I dig a hole, I fill it. And if I open a gate and go through it, I close it and make sure it's closed. Usual stuff that my dad always rammed into is because we worked in building sites, we worked on military bases. You couldn't actually leave things lying around because there's people walking backwards and forwards and it's dangerous. So I don't expect it, but it's always good to get everything you need. So I joined a club. I've got my insurance. I've got my permissions. I've read up on the Treasure Trove Act, and I've got the contact details if I ever find anything, who to contact. The usual stuff. So the basic stuff, and that's what I'm going to actually talk about. The things that you need to know, the things that you think you need to know and you don't. Like, for instance, woke kit. Because obviously you look in it and people say, you just need this and you just need this. And then you realise what else?
It gets like nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for instance, not one of the videos I've looked at talk about taking a rubbish bag with you. Because you think about it, you're digging up, right? You might dig up a bit of a tractor or whatever. You don't dump it back in or throw it to the side. It's a bit of junk. You could take it home and dump it in the bin. Dump it in or go for scrap. It's just things like that. Because if you're finding ring pools or old beer cans, I mean, it's somebody's field that if you've dug it up, why would you just dump it back down again?
I've seen several channels where they're going along the Thames and finding some really interesting stuff. Some of it's just rubbish, but some of it's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Good one, Peter.
Yeah. The public liability, yeah, I've got it. And the good thing is for the metal detecting is it cost me my membership to join the National something or other thingamabob club. It is the National Council for Metal Detecting. You join that for a year and you've got a year's public liability.
Oh, nice.
So it was good. And it also, there's other things it gives you. Basically, it gives you advice and it gives you contact for. That's a UK wide thing. So like if I was down in England and I'm down there and somebody says, you can come detecting with me, my insurance covers me for there. So it's not just Scotland. It does UK wide. And if I went on holiday abroad, even America, it covers me there as well. So.
Nice.
I've got one or two fedoras, so I have. I've got my wee Scottish cap as well. I've got my Laurel and Hardy cap. Yeah, I'll be digging out my Panama hat in nice weather, and I'll be digging out something. I think most of the time, because it's Scotland, I'll have a wee bonnet over my ears just to keep me warm. You can just imagine on the hills with the wind whoosh, and I'm standing there, my hat goes boom, bye.
North America.
But the clothing looks silly, but it actually do serve a purpose to
Yeah.
keep you warm, keep you walking.
Yeah. There's a good question. If I find stuff, what's the law? The Treasure Trove Act means that anything found in Scotland belongs to the Crown. So you have to report it to the Treasure Trove Unit.
Including the beer cans?
Well, they say modern stuff, anything that's obviously modern or lost. So like if I found a set of khakis, unimportant, but if I found a key, which could be 50 to 400 years old, you have to report what you found, where you found it, and they determine if it's significant. But if I found a key to a cortina, you know what I mean, they wouldn't care. So they basically say, if you're in doubt, report it anyway. They'll tell you, but modern stuff, there's no interest in. As soon as you report it, they'll just say fine. They'll not even actually go into depth in it. So things that you know are modern cans, ring pools, curtain rings. I've heard a story about somebody found a curtain ring, one of these type of things. Where is it? I had one. Right, so just that wee ring like that, right? A bit thicker, but for the curtain. And it had the wee hook, right? But it had been bent and somebody found it in the field and they thought it was a brass torque. A Viking torque, a Celtic torque for round the thing. They thought that's what it was. And no, MFI, because there's a lot of fields now, what they do is they get industrial, it's no industrial waste, industrial stuff. And what it is all this type of junk is all ground up and it's used as a protector for the field. And there's bits of nails and bits of curtain rings and stuff like that can end up in it. So you get wee bits of metal here and there, and amongst all this stuff, it's to protect if they're actually letting the field go fallow for a while. It's to help it.
If you want a Viking dig, if you come to North America in Newfoundland, Canada, there is a Viking settlement there, and they've got visitor, this big reconstruction of what it would have looked like, and showing the finds that they had found that they had there, and it's pretty interesting. I'd love to go.
I would love to, because that obviously, the Curse of Oak Island talk about it quite a lot. Because it's obviously up in Nova Scotia, they are, and they're obviously...
It's actually further north than Nova Scotia. Newfoundland is even further north. Is
it further north? Because the Vikings actually landed at Nova Scotia.
I know it was Newfoundland where the settlement, this settlement is. Nova Scotia I did not know about.
The Nova Scotia, they'd reached this far. They reached Nova Scotia.
Meadow is definitely in Newfoundland.
Yeah. So so if you find something, it belongs to the Crown by default. They look at it. So you send them the pictures, or else they organise meets so you can take your stuff in, so they can evaluate it. Most stuff has to get taken away to be evaluated because there's so much. But if it's something of interest, then they retain it. And they basically, the monetary value, how much it's worth, you get a reward for it. But museums and all that have to bid for it. So say, for instance, you found a Viking sword, right? You might take it up and they would say, right, so 3 museums would like to get their hands on it to display it. Then they have to actually put a request in, and one of them is chosen, and then they have to pay the finder's fee for it. And then that comes back, and then the landowner and the finder have to come to an arrangement. Because although the landowner owns anything that comes out, if it's treasure trove, the landowner doesn't. The finder is most preeminent, but usually you've got an agreement with who it is, 50-50 type thing.
Fair.
And it's basically, if they determine it's that, if they determine that, it's a Roman coin, we've got thousands and thousands of them. They note it, where you found it, just in case 50 other people have reported finding them in the same field. So they take notes of it, and obviously it helps collate where Rome and stuff like that Romans were. So if you find it, then they'll maybe just send it back to you, and then I could sell it on, and you could gain it. But you get it returned to you with a notification that you are now doing it. It's the same idea that people actually go metal detecting. They'll put it on Facebook. Look what I found in a field. Woo! But they don't report it, and then the police can turn up and arrest you because you've not reported it. You can get arrested because you've effectively stolen something that belongs to the Crown. So things like that. But the law is quite specific. And the thing is, most of the time, you send in a picture, they'll tell you that looks like a Roman coin, maybe AD 400 or AD 200 or whatever, but it's of no significance. We have registered where you found it, and here it's back. Simple as that. So it's things like that. Hammered coins and stuff like that from all over the place. So, yeah. The law is quite specific. In England, it's slightly different because it's not treasure trove, but you still have to report it, but it is a different process because of that. It doesn't necessarily belong to the Crown, but they can request it depends. So I think majority of it owned is the landowner has the priority there as well. The landowner owns it, and then it's you don't need to report most fines, but it's always best you do just to make sure. So. I like that one. I would love to find a beautiful gold ring with a lovely lady attached to it. Does she belong to the crown? Knowing your luck, sure, her name will be Markle. There's a gold ring I would return. But
she's not a lovely lady. She's not lovely and she's not a lady.
Well, there is that as well. And because we're on the climb to 1,000, I've dug out two wee things. This and where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Like a styrofoam?
It's a styrofoam package. It's no styrofoam. And this. Right. When I reach 1,000, I'm going to do a giveaway. But I'm going to launch it now. Right. So what it's going to be is a Bebop from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I managed for some reason to buy myself two of them. So the spare one's not going back to the charity, not going to a charity shop. So I'm going to give that away. And that's going to be one of the prizes. I'm going to pick two winners. And I've got a big climb. And the other prize, which to me is the main prize, is a plate.
John Wayne.
John Wayne. Yeah.
Hey.
The Duke.
Mm.
So it's from Franklin Mint. I've got 21 of these, and one of them is a double. So what I did was I kept it aside, kept a nice secure box for it, and that will be one of the prizes as well. Basically, all to do is enter it. You just have to put what I don't even know what to put in the comment. I need to think of something, because for the Bebop, I was thinking just putting hashtag Bebop, easy to find, or hashtag the Duke.
3-year anniversary Bebop, 3-year anniversary hashtag the Duke.
Aye, so two separate ones. That's a good idea. So just hashtag Bebop or hashtag the Duke. I will note it in the description what you need to do. And all you need to do is put a comment in any video from now until I reach 1,000, because when I reach 1,000, I'm going to draw them out. So I'm going to basically get a spreadsheet of anybody. Anybody can enter, as always. The only person that can enter is me.
Because you've already got them.
And I've already got them. I've already got two. Oh, I'm getting old and I'm feeling it in my bones. But yeah, Franklin Mint, the Duke plate, and a Bebop figure. So, and it's actually quite a nice one. I was hoping they had Rocksteady as well, but they didn't. But for some reason, I managed to pick up two of them. So that's it there. So that's the two figures that's the two things that are going to be a giveaway. You can enter either or both. Just put in hashtag Bebop or hashtag Duke. Or the Duke. It's either or. Either or. So there you go. That's, and then I'm going to, when I reach 1,000 subs, going to do it. So from my 3 years to my 1,000, that's the time you've got to actually do it. Any of my videos you're watching, put it in. A wee comment with those in it. Doesn't need to be a Let's Talk Geeky. It could be one of my clips. It could be anything on this channel, not the other channel. That's a different story. That's a different giveaway if I ever reach 2 subscribers. So it should be fun. But there you go. And I was saying to Julie before we actually started, is obviously I still got a couple of things from my Comic-Con still in a bag, and we were looking at the new Comic-Con. The Glasgow one, Julie, do you want to hear who's actually attending it? Let's see. Guests, film and TV guests. There's always usual Doctor Who guests at it. There wasn't any the one I went to because it was the exact same day as the Doctor Who con down in London. But you have got Colin Baker.
Nice.
You've got Terry Molloy. Terry Molloy did Davros. You've got Daniel Wayman. I don't really know him. You've got Femi Taylor. She played, it looks like one of the dancers in the Casbah. Now she's got the thingy from Star Wars. And you've got Philip Glenister.
Oh.
Yes. From Ashes to Ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be there.
I've seen his brother in a couple of things too.
Yeah. I've not seen his brother. Who's his brother?
His brother is, I'll tell you in a second, Robert.
I don't recognize the name.
Robert Glenister was in, he was the one I'd seen first. I'd seen him in Persuasion. And what else was he in? He's the older brother of Philip.
I don't know.
He was in Spooks.
Oh, I didn't see. I saw the first episode of Spooks and I did not like it. The bit when they put the girl's face into the chip pan, I just went, nope, not for me.
Every episode. He was in Only Fools and Horses, A Touch of Frost, George Gently. Yeah. Oh, he was in Kings of Androzani.
Ah, well, there you go. I'll probably recognise his face. It's just the name I don't recognise at all.
Send it to you.
That's the one. That's right. That's the one. So she's at the Glasgow Comic Con. I knew she was I thought she was actually a dancer in the cantina. Where it's not. She's once you've said that about getting eaten by the Rancor, that's right. It was in Jabba's place. Well, she's there. So I've got Colin's autograph and a couple of other ones I might actually be keen, but I've got no more space to put the autographs up. That's my big problem. So I need to actually start digging out a bit of paper. I've got one of these, which has got all the things for putting stuff in, but this is my metal detecting one. So, but it's got all the sheets that I could just put pictures in with all the bits and pieces on it. So I'll need to dig another one of them out. So if I do get autographs, I can put them in a folder. But I like having them in my wall, and I've got zero space. I've still got. Do you know I've got a bag full of stuff that I've already shown on Pick of the Week. I've organised it for opening, and at least I reckon I've got another 6 box openings to do, and I've just not had the time. Same idea. I've just been that knackered. I've not even had time to do that. Just terrible. I'm getting old. Right. So, oh God, yeah, I recognise him now. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Him also with Peter Davison.
Yeah. Well, I recognise who you're talking about now. I know who he is.
Oh, and then he was in a Midsummer Murders episode. He's been in a bunch of things.
Yeah. I did. As soon as you posted that, I recognised his face. Yes. So, let's see. I know we've got Jim for a short time. So, what I'm going to do is...
Pick of the Week.
Just so Jim can see what I've got. Because one or two things he's might like. One or two things I don't care if he's don't. Because I like them. They're mine. Right. Kelly, you want to show your chocolates?
Oh, sure. I didn't have a what do you call it? A pick of the week. But I was just saying to PJ before that I was in the international section of my local Publix, which is the big supermarket chain here in Florida, and I discovered these dark chocolate ginger biscuits.
Which absolutely sound delicious.
They really do. I will report back next week.
Yeah, excellent. Borders I have heard of. As I said, my granny used to actually love ginger chocolate biscuits, and Borders were always on our table. We were never allowed to touch them. We were not. My granny would have a big plate like that with sandwiches and cakes.
Well, I can't hand them over to you, unfortunately.
I know. No, see, when we went up to my granny's, even when I was older and I took my kids to my granny's, she did the same. She would come out with a big plate, a big tray, and there would be sandwiches piled up, there would be cakes piled up, there would be cups of tea and juice, and she'd put it down. And my mum, we would look at my mum, same as my kids used to look at me, and my granny would say, "My house, don't look at them." So the kids were allowed to stuff their face, but there was never a Borders biscuit on it because they were hers. Never once. Even her favourites, which I was one of them, because I was called after my granda, even her favourites weren't allowed her biscuits. So nobody, no even, I can't even remember my mum ever getting one of her biscuits.
Nobody's taking my biscuits.
That's the way to do it. But yes, I'm looking forward to seeing how you like them. Next time I see them, I actually might pick them up. I think last time I saw them was when I was on holiday up north.
I've never heard of them, and there was only one packet on the shelf, so I grabbed it.
Well, that's superb. What I'm going to do is I've showed you my metal detector. I'm not showing you all the kit that comes with the metal detector, but I'll start off with a jigsaw. A Batman jigsaw.
Nice.
I picked it up a wee while back in a charity shop. It cost me a whole £2.
Nice.
£2.75.
Nice.
Still got the sticker on it.
Very good.
Still got the price sticker on it. Shows you I normally take the price sticker off. But there you go. Nice Batman one. I think if I ever manage to get that done, I'm going to actually just get a big sheet of paper and then just take it apart, glue, and then eventually put it in the frame.
You can probably put varnish or something on it so you don't have to glue it.
Well, I've got
there are ways to do that.
Normally what I do, I've got A3 card around, and normally what I do is I put PVA glue on it and then just sit it on top of the thing, rub it in, and then flip it all over, because I always put the jigsaw on a card upside down anyway. It's always easier. And the next one is, come on, my fingers are working at this side. Is a Wonder Woman.
Very nice.
This one is just a wee bit unusual. I don't know. It just seems it's different. I think that's the thing I'm getting at. It's not
Gal Gadot's costume or
it's not
Carter's costume.
It's not. It's because each of the things in the back, it's almost like they've had to change them. You look at the Flash. Apart from the red and the yellow, it looks different. Batman, even with the outfit, normally he's got a black outfit or a dark blue, but the Joker is just different as well. Each of them just look a wee bit weird, and I think that's why I like this one, because it doesn't look like any actress. The costume's slightly off, and I just thought, and it's got the sword. Weird. Look how it's attached to her, round her leg. That sword's she's going to slip every time she puts that sword back in. You know what I mean? Just weird. But I thought it was interesting enough because it was different. So I picked that up. It was in the excess store. Surprise, surprise. It hadn't sold as well as they'd hoped, hence the reason why excess got hold of it. So I got it fairly inexpensive. So I'm looking forward to opening that one. And the final thing was a charity shop thing, a last minute thing. And this is it here.
Bubble wrap.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wow.
£10.
That's
charity
amazing.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it just look at that. So it nice weighty and it'll be able to stand up, quite the thing.
That's fantastic.
Isn't it? So that's what I picked up. I wasn't even actually, I was in the charity shop and I'd walked around, and just as I was walking out, just spotted it.
Very cool.
So a whole £10. I've still not taken the price off this one
I
as well.
still need to see that movie about them. The one that you were talking about.
Well, I have got a couple of videos as well. There is a Paul Verhoeven one called Black Book.
Don't know it.
I haven't heard of this one either,
Who's
but
in
it has got... Oh, anybody got a pair of eyes I could borrow? Jeez. I need longer.
Cataracts done?
Eh?
When do you get your cataracts done?
I know, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The writing is so small in the back, I can't even make it out.
See, I'm just the opposite. I'm so nearsighted that I have to take off my glasses to read things close up.
Talking about reading glasses, I've got them here. I was reading earlier on. Yeah, I can read this. Right, let's see. Occupied Nazi tragedy.
We're getting old.
Sebastian Goff. Sebastian Koch. Koch. That's the only one that actually mentions his name. No, oh, there's another one.
It's a Dutch movie. Carice van Houten. Oh yeah, it's in Dutch.
This
Nazi
one
occupied
is.
Netherlands.
This is actually it's dubbed.
Oh well, I can't do dub movies.
I know. It's in Dutch, German, and English. So that one there, I picked up. It just looked interesting. I also picked up another one from my collection. Actually, there was 4 in the box set. I only needed this one. I had the other 3, so I bought the box set, took this one out, and handed her the box set back at the charity shop. So that is Someone's Ailing. So the Laurel and Hardy one. And I got a Blu-ray. The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Nowhere near as good as the TV show, but it was okay. Henry Cavill's in it. So
yeah, this one is really good. The TV show is far superior.
TV show is
But
spectacular.
you're not missing out getting this one. It's
Good,
definitely
so-
worth to watch.
And a couple of other things turned up yesterday. A couple of comics. Sentinel comics, 2 of them turned up in the post. So there's I'll read them instead of trying to read them back. There's the pack, which these are sci-fi, fantasy, horror comics. So they are. So there's one called The Pack I've not read yet, and the other one doesn't actually have a title, but you can imagine it looks like somebody's getting hunted, and it's a sci-fi bent on this one. So looking forward to this one. It's basically, it's almost like not a Starship Troopers, but it's almost like an alien one. So I've got those 2 comics to read as well. So Stan and Ollie, pick of the week. So it is. No matter what, this is the one that I thought, yes, beauty. So there you go. That's my pick of the week. So it is. I hope you liked it. It is. I'm actually really happy with the thing. And I've only got probably enough for 1 week, maybe 2 if I push it, without having to, before I have to go out and buy stuff again. That was not too bad. That what was it? April, the beginning of April? No, sorry, the beginning of March.
I don't remember.
It was the Comic-Con, and that's lasted me that long. So I did reckon it would last me almost 2 months, but sometimes I actually took more than one thing out the bag at a time. So I can't even remember what I've got in the bag. That's how bad it is. I've got so much that I've not even taken out the bag yet. So hope you like that. So, question. Anybody seen any news about Parler?
No.
Because I obviously go on and post the link saying,
I didn't know it's still in existence.
Accordingly, it's not.
I deleted it from my phone.
Accordingly, it's not. I think I use it just the same idea as most of the other ones. I don't go on it. I just post these. And it's just there. But I went online to it and it came up with this. I see the way they've changed this there. Starboard. And it's basically 14th of April. Starboard, formerly Olympic Media, announces today that it has concluded the acquisition of Parler, the world's pioneering uncancelable free speech platform.
Huh.
And basically it looks like it's advancements in AI technology means the existing code base and other features provide an opportunity for Starboard to begin servicing unsupported online communities, building a home for them. It's basically looked like somebody's taken over and they've shut it down until they can update it. It's only because the only reason I noticed is because I post my link on Gab, Minds, Getter, Parler, Instagram. So just when I was going on to post it there.
Speaking of the alternative,
I'm not really the social media kind. I mean, yeah, my Facebook account is still there, but it's been inactive for about a decade now.
Mine's is still there, and I only use it for Messenger.
I don't have one.
I only use it for Messenger because the guys in the Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering group used to communicate that way. So I basically just kept mine going for that, and I deleted all my friends out of it except 11 people, and only keep it now for communicating with my wife, my sister, and my mother-in-law. That is it. So it's on in name only. The only one I actually use and check daily is Twitter. Which the more I do it, the more I realise Twitter's the biggest cesspit out there.
Oh, it is. It's just that I tend to mute people I don't like.
So do I.
And so I just end up, for the most part, seeing people I do like and do care about.
Yeah, I just mute people who are just numpties. And I don't even argue with them. I don't even give them the
time of day.
Not so much the time of day. I don't even give them the satisfaction that
right.
I block them.
Yeah.
So they can
you don't want to block them. You just mute them because then they can rant and rave all they want and you can't see it.
Exactly. So that way they can think I'm ignoring them because I don't reply to it, and then it annoys them more and more.
Absolutely. Muting is good.
Yeah. And the good thing is, as you said, if you block them, then they go, "Oh, he blocked me because I must be." Then no. So I just don't block anybody. I just mute everything. I block ones like company ones because I've just no interest in certain companies. So I just don't. I block them because they're companies. I don't care. People, because companies don't run and rave.
there's a lot more sponsored ones now from companies that I would never in a bazillion years do business with. Ever.
Yeah,
Why?
that is so true, but it depends on what device you're using. So
Yeah.
when I'm on my computer, I have ad blockers, I have
Yep.
Badger, I have all of these things, and I see literally zero adverts
I have the
scrolling through
same
Twitter. But when I'm on my
phone.
smartphone,
Mhm.
holy crap!
The amount
It
of
is like
junk you get.
every 3 messages is an advert.
Yes.
Well, do
I
you know, are you still on Rumble, PJ?
It's Rumble. Yes, I am, but I've not checked it for a while. But everything
I was
from
just
here
curious.
gets
I
streamed.
subscribe, but I rarely visit. But Rumble, actually, their headquarters is here in the Sarasota, Florida area.
I've only had one issue with Rumble. Something that YouTube allowed when it's transferred over to Rumble. Rumble gave me a strike for it.
Huh.
And I thought, that is weird. There's something that Twitter allows, YouTube allows, which is normally very, jump on it. It was one of my clips. And as soon as it went over, basically I got a strike for it.
Hmm.
And the thing is, because you've linked to channel, it automatically goes across. You don't know you're getting a strike until you get the strike. It's not like you're uploading it and it's saying, "Oh, bad boy, don't do that." It just transfers it across. Then that's it.
Yeah, that's good to know.
But I've linked my channel, so it just automatically uploads it there. I've not checked it in about 2 weeks, I must admit, to see if it's the view count. I can honestly say I can put my 2 cent worth in now, because on Rumble, I've made 2 cents. Basically, there was a time when my views spiked. It was when I was starting to put all my stuff across, and the revenue it gave me was 2 cents. So I can put my 2 cents in now. Yes. But it's just weird. But I just found it weird that going on, just as I was posting that, it just was gone. I thought, have they struck it down again? Obviously not. It's been bought out. What's that?
Oh God, yes.
I hate that as well.
I know.
It's about your accident. It's about your accident you had in your car. I don't drive. Or maybe it was your house. And maybe it was your window. Maybe it was at work. No, I didn't drive my work into anything. I didn't knock anybody down in my work. You know what I mean? It's just a case of, we've heard you've had an accident. No. Maybe you fell. No. Maybe it was in work. No. And they just keep going and going and going. I'd usually say, could you hold on a minute? Turn my phone upside down and just go and do what I'm doing. Leave them hanging.
Yeah.
It's not my phone, Billy's. They're ringing up, so they want to phone my mobile. They can take the charges. So that's what I do. But then I just block it after that.
Oh, absolutely.
All they do is they've got a thing that just changes the number by one, and then they can phone you back because you're blocking the number, and that's it.
You can have. I know here in the States, you can, or in North America rather, you can block an area code.
But a lot of them not only come in as 020 numbers, which is a prevalent one, they actually come in as mobile numbers.
Got it.
They've already started working around that, because if you block an area code, you either block all mobiles or you don't.
Right.
So they're actually now using mobile numbers. They just increment them by one.
Yeah, I was able to put a privacy filter on my mother's phone that she doesn't get anything.
Aye.
From
They
somebody
used
who's
to do that in the
contact.
UK.
But after my dad died and I was getting all the phone calls from people that I was dealing with the estate, I had to leave my phone open to people I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have it open because I still get calls about my mother, and especially if something happens to my mother, I need to be able to get the call.
Well,
so yeah,
there was one over here. It was called your number was X directory, basically it wasn't broadcast, so they couldn't find your number. However, my mother-in-law's got one now. It is a privacy filter.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what it does is it will say, this number is calling, do you want to accept it? And if she just says no, it just basically dumps the call and blocks it. So it's just a wee thing she bought, and it goes through her phone. So it's basically, it's like almost like an answer machine, but it actually says, this number's trying to call, and you can actually update it. So if you've got a number that you recognise, you can actually name it, and it'll say so and so's trying to call. Do you want to leave them a message? So you can actually, even with people you know, you can actually just say not just now, and it'll automatically say, could you call back later? Whereas other ones it'll just bounce. So it's quite a handy wee thing. Oh, the best one I had was I stayed in the high flats, and I had a landline, and it was obviously the landline I got was for the next scheme across, which was a more affluent scheme of houses. And they phoned up and asked if I was wanting a conservatory built, and I says, well, I stay in the 18th floor. I think the legs might be a bit long. And it was a case of pardon. They obviously phoned around the area that's more affluent, because the conservatory, the number I had, they basically phoned me. I would get ones, would you like new windows installed? I stay in a high-rise flat. It might be a lot of windows. So I no longer have it. My landline's unplugged. I don't use it anymore. I just use my mobile. And most of the stuff I get's work. So the other stuff I get, as soon as I get it, I block it afterwards. So it's a pain, but here we go.
Yeah, I block so many people.
Yeah.
On my Gmail account, I keep trying to unsubscribe from certain things, and I still keep getting them.
I keep unsubscribing, and it keeps on saying, oh, it failed to unsubscribe you. I wonder why. Because they basically unsubscribe button goes nowhere.
I know.
They don't want you to unsubscribe, so I just
and then other places you can't. They won't let you unsubscribe at all.
Which is meant to be illegal.
Spam.
I
feel like Monty Python's coming on.
Spam. Yes. Talking about that, anybody been watching anything fun this week?
I've been watching Sister Boniface. I've seen the first 3 episodes of Series 2.
I've still not seen it yet. I was watching MASH yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I was, or last night, because basically the father was meant to be, it was going to be on, but he was busy today, so he had a break last night. And so I was at a loose end, and I was reading some stuff, and I just basically fired up a couple of episodes of MASH just to sit and enjoy.
And once we're done to here, I'm going to go back and watch Castrovelva.
Now, there's an idea.
Well, because I finished the 4th Doctor last week and started the 5th, because I figured I needed to continue it. But I wasn't able to watch anything else. So tonight, when we're done here, after my baseball games are over, I will go and watch more 5th Doctor.
Excellent.
I mean, as much as I love Tom Baker and he's a fantastic doctor, I was ready for him to go.
I think he was ready for him to go.
You could tell, because the whole most of the last series, they were all mailing it in.
Yes, and he just felt as if it wasn't going where it was needed to go, because they were changing too many things. So he was just, yeah. So I'm looking forward to
this doctor. And I mean, as I've said to other people, my only experience with 5, 6, and 7 has been on Big Finish. And I know most people don't love 5, 6, and 7 on television. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they were like when they were originally on, as opposed to my experiences with them on Big Finish, which I really like.
See, the thing is, I think they all suffered from the same problem.
They weren't Tom Baker.
They weren't Tom Baker, but I think especially 6 and 7, they suffered from not very good writing in some respects. because with Colin, what they did with the outfit he was wearing and his attitude that was meant to go around, it just put a lot of people off because they went from a Doctor who was always mischievous, kind, even the grumpy old first one, and then you suddenly get this one strangling Perry and being very out there.
I'm not into the whole strangling Perry thing. I think that's terrible.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because it went that way, it was they tried to put it down as if he was going down a dark route, but it didn't seem that way. It was just almost a case of with the outfit and the arrogance. It was not the Doctor, and that's why that failed it. Whereas Sylvester, some of his stories were just absolute junk.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm kind of leery of watching 4, 5, 6, and 7. I want to, of course, because I want to be able to watch everything.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the big Finish stories they've been in have been wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Peter's, some of his were really good. I quite enjoyed it. But then again, Sylvester's Battlefield is one of my favourites of that era. Good Battlefield is definitely one of my favourites. With Colonel Bambera in it. The girl who played Debbie Lister in Red Dwarf played Bambera.
Red Dwarf. And Blake 7.
Oh.
BritBox has Red Dwarf. BritBox has Blake 7. BritBox has a US BritBox has a lot.
Red Dwarf, if you're watching it, you can stop at season 5. Because that's when they split up. That's when they split up, and the humour just didn't quite gel the same way. It's watchable, but season 8 is really bad. Back to Earth. It's not fun, that episode. But there's some good bits in everything of Red Dwarf, because there's certain bits that it gels, but because the two of them one would do the story, the other one would do the comedy. You had that, but when they split up, there was too much of one, not enough of the other.
And then one of the TV channels here, they were doing this for a while, and then they backed off, and they've started again. They're showing 4 episodes in a row of Death in Paradise. So I got to see a couple more Richard Poole episodes last night that I hadn't seen in a while. Good. It was good. It was good to see good old Richard.
Yeah, I watched first episode again, just when he turned up.
Well, it was funny when Wendology and I were chatting the other day, and she and Darren, after the last episode of Beyond Paradise, they went back and watched Chris Marshall's first episode in Death in Paradise. Mm-hmm. And they said it's really worth doing so you can see the growth of the character. So I did go back and watch it. And yeah, he really did grow. I mean, he's still clumsy, but he's grown into a more mature person.
Yeah,
he's still good.
He definitely did. I when I rewatched them, initially I thought it was just too goofy. We were falling out the window first episode, and I just felt it was too goofy. But as you go back and watch it after and rewatch it again, it's not as bad as I first thought. Ralph Little still pisses me off.
I still like Ralph. Like Ralph has grown on me.
Yeah. Have you watched Coupling? No, Coupling, sorry.
No.
2 pints of lager and a packet of Chris. You managed to catch that?
I have not found it.
Oh, see if you do.
It's on YouTube. I think it's on YouTube. I'm going to have to check it out.
Season 4, episode 0, if you can get it. That was the musical one. That was the one I was talking about the other night. Last week was hilarious. The Risk It for a Biscuit. The songs are just...
Hold on, let me see YouTube.
2 pints of lager, yeah. You'll get clips, definitely. I don't know if you'll get full episodes.
Risk It for a Biscuit. I will search for that. Let's see if it comes up.
Aye, 2
Fired
pints of
up
lager.
brisket for the biscuit, but no, that's totally different. It's not it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But definitely 2 pints of lager are definitely, as I said, the final season they called it jumping the shark because Ralph Little left, and Ralph Little was Johnny. He was
Oh,
basically
here it is. 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps biscuit song.
that's the one.
Oh, I did see that. All right, that was really fun.
That was the one that I
Very
showed
funny.
once we went off stream last week.
Yes, that's
Remember?
right. You did show it last week. That was fun.
But if you can get a chance, 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, the humour is actually, would I call it classic? Would I call it adult humour? It's not for kids, but it is not adult humour as in you would expect adult humour to be. It is childish adult humour.
Very silly stuff.
Very silly. And so, like, for instance, Donna and Gaz. Gaz has always got his porno mags.
Oh my!
And basically Donna keeps catching up with him. It's adult humor, but it's silly adult humor and stuff. So I mean, it's not a lot of these ones where it's very risky that you would be sitting like that if you're sitting with your mother. It's ones that are just hilariously silly that you could sit and watch it with a group of other adults and not actually feel bad, because it's not sleazy humor. It's just adult humor, adult fun. But yeah,
good to know. Well, as I said, I just searched it on YouTube, so I will try to check it out later.
Peter actually meant 2 pints. And Peter, you're meant to do the still game when you do that.
Packets of crisps.
Yeah, you're meant to actually do the still game when you correct yourself for that one and go 2 pints, prick. You watch still game, Julie?
Pardon?
Have you watched still game?
Don't know it.
Oh my God, you get full episodes. Scottish comedy still game. 2 old boys. It's 2 young guys dressed up as old boys, and even Isa. Isa is hilarious in it. It's basically 2 old boys in Glasgow. They're still game.
Still game. Let me look this up.
I've got clips of it on my channel. It is hilarious. Wendell be able to tell you the same.
Still game.
Yes, you can watch it on YouTube.
Yes, I see it.
Absolutely amazing. Well, the 2 of them go into the pub and Bobby goes things like, "Oh, look, it's Laura and Hardy," and they'll make a sarcastic comment back to him, and they'll turn around and go, "What is it?" And he goes, "2 pints, prick." And it's basically they're always slagging Bobby the barman, and that's where the 2 pints, prick come from. I've got a glass. It's got the 2 old boys, and above it says 2 pints, prick. It's hilarious. It is one of the best Scottish comedies. They've done the Hogmanay special where they go back in time and they all first meet and stuff like that. Is hilarious as well.
Box has a lot of good stuff on it, and then there's another channel, another streaming channel that I get called Acorn.
Acorn Antiques?
No, it's just called Acorn TV.
Oh, Acorn TV. Sorry, I thought you said on. BritBox had
an actual streaming product, and that one, instead of focusing just on Britain, it does pretty much the entire Anglosphere. So they've got Canadian it's for Americans, and Canadians. So they've got a couple of Canadian programs, but it's mostly English, Irish, Welsh. I think there's a couple of Scottish programs. There's Australia, New Zealand, and then there's a couple of foreign programs. I saw this one Dutch program. I will not attempt to say it in Dutch. I'll just say the name in English is called Lord and Master. And it's really good. It's about this guy who, his name is Valentine Bentink, and he is orphaned, raised by a priest. and he inherits pots of money and lives very nicely in Holland and ends up helping solve crime. So he's sort of like James Bond or Remington Steele. It's so good.
Or Van der Valk. You remember the tune for Van der Valk? It was one. It was literally. It was that. But Peter, it was Tune Fat. The two characters from Still Game appeared in.
You don't want me butchering the Dutch language. Cause an international incident.
Aye, well, I butcher the English language, but then again, I'm Scottish. I'm allowed to butcher the English.
Exactly. And I'm American, and I'm allowed to butcher the English language.
I didn't say the language.
Well, it's funny because a lot of the things that British people make fun of about the way Americans speak, it's not just Americans, it's North Americans, because we can tell the difference between an American accent and a Canadian accent, but most people outside of North America can't. But we have a lot of the same vocabulary, a lot of the same grammar. Like we say something's gotten better and you all say got better. Gotten is what originally used to be it, and you guys dropped it. Or, you know, people make fun of me for saying fall, but no. You guys are the ones who changed, because we still keep a lot of the grammar and vocabulary of when North America was first settled by the British. You guys are the ones who moved on. We kept the older version of the language.
I don't know, because in the summer, in the winter, we fall back. We spring forward and fall back.
I'm talking fall like the season.
Aye, spring forward and fall back when the clocks change.
Right, but normally you refer to it as autumn, which is French, and fall is English.
I see. I still refer to it as fall because we fall back. It's the way I remember it.
A lot of British people call it autumn. They say, "Oh, fall." That's an Americanism. Well, it's really not.
So that was the way I brought up to remember if the clocks go forward or back. It was spring forward or fall back. And that's
what's a couple of other words that we use that you didn't use? I don't remember it's off the top of my head. Colin would remember, but there's quite a few of them. It's like, well, also the word cookie. We use cookie, you use biscuit. Biscuit is French. Cookie is actually Dutch.
Oh, Jim's bounced. He had to bounce.
Oh, no.
He's going to get some dinner sorted. He did say he was actually going to bounce. I never caught it in the chat before.
Yeah, no, I see it now.
So, Jim, thank you for joining us. You're always...
Thank you, Jim.
So, what was I looking at there? It may have been called Last of the Summer Whiskey because that was taking the piss out of Last of the Summer Wines. But if you get a chance, Julie, Still Game, it is one of the funniest Scottish things that's come out.
There's a lot that I've got to watch.
Yes, that's the problem.
Just not enough time.
Yeah, that I do find that is the problem. I'm finding I'm running out of time as well, because work and other bits and pieces are actually starting to overflow. So there's so many movies I want to catch up on. I've not had a chance because I'm constantly exhausted. So when I do get a chance, I just go, I'm going to my bed.
That's why it's taken me 6 years to get through Classic Who.
Yeah.
There's so many other things I want to watch.
Well, that's the thing as well. It's the same idea. With Classic Who, I always seem to go back to the same 4 or 5.
Right, but I never seen it before, so this is the first time for me for everything.
Right, I will. But that's what I'm saying. I've seen it all. I saw it all when it was originally on TV. I've seen it all when I had it in video. I've seen it all when I had it in DVD. But even now, there's only maybe a few stories. If I want to watch it, I'll go back to.
I own pretty much every Blu-ray that's come out of Classic Who. But as I was saying in the chat, I don't want to watch them because the special features will distract me, and I want to be able to see the episodes themselves. And then later, when I do a rewatch, I'll watch the Blu-rays.
There you go. There's always time if you start now.
Yeah, well, some of us have lives, Peter. Some of us have lives.
I know, but some of us don't. I still don't have time.
Well, I mean,
I've got the house to myself. My wife's actually down in Aintree at the horse racing.
I work all week. I have an 86-year-old mother that needs me to spend time with her. And I'm old and I go to bed early. And I wake up early. This
weekend, I've got the house to myself. My wife's in Aintree at the horse racing, the Grand National. Her and her friends.
Where's that held?
Eh?
Where's
Aintree.
the Grand National?
At Aintree, down in England.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
Aye. So basically, she's down at the Grand National. So
fun.
And I didn't get any messages saying my horse had won, so I assume it didn't.
I haven't been to a horse race in years.
Well, the last time I was about 3 years ago. We went to Hamilton, and that was the Scottish Grand National. Not Hamilton, Ayr for the Scottish Grand National. My wife has been to Musselburgh for the racing. She's been back to Ayr with her friends for the racing, and she's going to Aintree. Then she's going to Musselburgh again. She likes going to the racing. All dolled up.
Well, the Belmont Stakes at Belmont Park on Long Island is not too far from where I grew up. And I remember right after I graduated from college, my dad one day said, let's go to the Belmont Stakes. It's the first Saturday in June. He said, let's go to the Belmont Stakes, or around the first Saturday in June in that general vicinity. So I said, sure. And we put on our shorts and casual clothes and just took the train because they only had one car at the time, and my mother had it to go to work. So Dad and I took several trains to get there, and we got in through general admission, and we had a blast.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't win much, win, $1 here, $1 there, but it was still fun.
Yeah, I think the racing is fun.
Starting the next year, Dad would order tickets in January the minute they were made available. And we must have gone for probably 15 years in a row. It was really fun. Really, really had a good time.
Yeah, I'd never been to the races until me and my wife went about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. No, about 5 years ago. And I enjoyed it. The thing is, same idea as when I'm going out, I go to the casino. I know how much I'm going to lose before I go in. So if there's 10 races, the maximum I'm going to lose is £50 because I ain't putting any more than a fiver on a horse. But if I win, then it gives me the option to put a bit more on the horse or money put back. But I never actually spend over, even if I win. I never spend over.
You have to have a budget. The most I've ever won on the races was 1 year.
Hi, Miranda.
1 year, a company I did business with at the time took a whole bunch of us to Saratoga, New York, which is a couple hours north of New York City. And they do racing in August there. And it's a smaller, more intimate race track area. And somebody explained to me how more complicated betting worked than betting on the favorite to show. And so he explained a couple of things to me. I ended up winning $65 on a $5 bet.
Well, see, the first
most
time
I've ever won, and I quit while I was ahead.
Well, see, the first time my wife went to the racing, she had no idea, zero, nada, nothing. She came in with a piece of paper and says, here, that's mine, that's my friend's. Tell us if I've won. Because it was just basically a sheet and it had all the races on it, and she did tick, 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 tick. And then she went up and the guy says, "Much you want to bet? What way do you want to do it?" And then that was it. And she came out and she's looking at it going, that one win, that one's come in second, that one. What did I win? And I had to explain to her odds. I had to explain to her a split bet. I had to explain place or win. And I had to go through all that with her. Now, because she uses Betfred, but she only puts on like 10p here, 5 horses, 20p there, a pound.
Ours is like a minimum $2 bet.
I will, but on the course it's a lot different. But Betfred it's you can have.
Okay, got it. It's like
so when she's working, she's got it on the back, and she uses it's an app, and so she put a tenner in about a year and a half ago, and I think she's only topped it up once with a fiver. So she's only put £15-20 into her account.
Wow.
And she puts small bets on, so it's not like £10 for this horse to win. It's like 50p each way for these 3 horses, and so she can actually now work out her accumulators, her odds, and everything because she's been watching it and she's actually worked out how much she's winning. And that was they went from the first time she had no idea what an each way bet. So
there's apps that allow gambling. I don't think there's one here in Florida. I don't know. We used to have a dog track near here, but they've eliminated dog racing here.
So we used to have a greyhound track in Glasgow, the Sheffield greyhound track. Never been to the dogs. Although my feet are going to the dogs.
They're gone now. Dog racing, greyhound racing's been banned now here in Florida. So
it looks like here is. I don't know if there's any still going.
Well, I know horses seem to be treated a lot better than greyhounds. Because I know some people who've adopted retired greyhounds before they banned racing. And some of these dogs didn't know how to be dogs. You know, they didn't know how to be inside and live with a family and just be a dog and be a pet. They didn't know how to do any of it.
That's how I pick my horses.
That's how I pick my March Madness basketball disaster area. I pick, if I've heard of the school, if I know anybody who went to the school, that's basically it. And I usually finish in the top half, which is...
Yeah, I never win. I always say, right, if there's any with my grandson's name, any with my mum's name, any with my dad's name, any with this, any with that, any with this, any with that. If there's not, I don't care. Put the blue one on.
Yeah, well, that's March Madness basketball. With horses, I generally go by, have I heard of the horse's parents? Have I heard of the jockey? Do I like
my wife does that. Me, I'll pick. Is there one with? Is there a PJ running? Is there a maybe running? Is there a Bob running? Is there my mum's name running? Is this one? No. Then she'll say no. I'll say okay. Pick the one with the blue jumper.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Basically, to me,
the silks are cool. Then I choose the silks.
I just basically, when it comes down to it, I know how the odds work, and I know what's happening. I know the steeplechase. I know all, but I've no interest in actually learning the form. My dad actually wrote a computer program.
Really?
And it basically, it would calculate all the odds. So every week he would be sitting there with all the papers, putting all the odds in, and it would give the average and what they expected to win based on how it had run over the last 7 races, and he would run wee bets on them just to see how it done. Never went anywhere. He just basically did it. It was for fun.
Here's a question for you now. Since Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has departed, is no longer with us, and I don't think that King Charles is really that into horse racing.
No, I know.
Is Ascot going to be that big a deal? Is Epsom going to be a big a deal? Or
Ascot, Aintree was packed solid, according to my wife. The tickets had sold right out. And the thing is, I thought it wouldn't be, because it's cashless. So you cannot use cash. So you can't go up and bet with cash. You can't buy drinks with cash. Nothing. It's cashless. The whole...
Well, there's a lot of arenas here that are now cashless.
But see, to me, I don't see the point. Why would I go to a horse race if it's cashless? Go up, give them my credit card, and if I win, what? they give me a slip and get it back into my account 3 days, 5
I
days
don't want
later.
all that money on my credit card because then you have to spend it.
What I want is the cash in my hand.
Right.
'Cause even if I spend it, I want it in my hand
Yeah,
because
but you can hold on to it and do what you want with it. Let it earn a couple of pence.
But that's the
While
thing.
you decide what to do with it. If they put it on your credit card, you're stuck with it. You can't do anything with it.
That's what I'm saying. If you do it with credit, even if you put it with your bank card, right, they put it back in your bank, but it takes like 3 or 4. It doesn't go straight in.
Yeah, I'd rather have the wads of cash.
I would rather have. So I said to her, I can't imagine it being packed solid if people are actually getting told they can't spend cash there. They have to use card. And she says it's packed. It's basically sold out.
My
I was
mother
surprised.
and I are not gamblers, but once when we were still living in New York State started doing scratch-off tickets in addition to the big lottery. And my mother used to buy a handful of scratch-off tickets for me and my brother, put in our Christmas stocking. Fast forward to today, and she, for several weeks in a row, will spend $20 on scratch-off tickets and give them to me for Christmas or my birthday or whatever. And she's losing money.
Yeah.
Because I've never come close to winning $200, which is approximately what she's put on it. Like one year, I think one Christmas, it was the best I've ever done. It was maybe 180.
Yeah.
And then another year I'll get maybe 75. So, there's just no there.
I know it's.
Hey, Alex, you're back.
Hey, Alex, how's things?
But you weren't coming back till May.
I'm back.
But you weren't coming back till May.
Decided to come back tonight actually because I've
Yay.
been trying to do something on After Effects and I made a complete balls up of it.
So you're basically having a break from balls and up.
No, I've had to start again and now I have to go back. It's.
So how's my friend the non-smoker?
Well, now I'm addicted to
Oh God,
Starbursts.
It was see, hey Alec, you're saying that. My dad went from 20 cigarettes a day to 17 packs of Polar-Mints a day.
yeah.
Basically, my dad literally, he was having a packet of Polar-Mints every time he wanted a cigarette. So he was literally bump, 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 bump.
Yeah.
That's all he did.
The guy I work for used to dip tobacco. And so he always had a little bit right here. And he finally quit that because he didn't want mouth cancer. And he was chewing gum like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to chew sugarless gum because you'll be living in the loo.
They are still opal fruits.
Only if you ever only if you ever swallow it.
No, sugarless. A lot of sugarless stuff will cause
do you want me to go into my bag and show you all my sugarless things that I've got because I'm diabetic?
Depends on what they're made of. Depends on what they're made of. If they've got something called mannitol, then you're going to be living in the bathroom.
Right. I'm diabetic. My older sister was diabetic before she passed. See, when I was diagnosed, she went to Thornton's and bought me a big box of toffee. Thornton's diabetic toffee. She goes, here, this is delicious. Oh, for the next week, I was in the loo, and she says, yeah. She says, yeah, that happened to me. And bug off. Basically, one of her friends who was diabetic knew that the sweetener in it had that effect. Yep. So she gave her a box. So what did my sister do when she found me? She gave me a box. The thing is, the box says on it, do not eat too much in one go because it's got a laxative effect. But who reads it? But she basically did that, and I says, you and your toffee. She's aye, that happened to me. Thank you very much. It's typical sister. She got me. She got me.
I mean, I'm not diabetic, but I was at one point pre-diabetic, and eating a lot of sugarless stuff is also not very good for you because of all the garbage they put in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it all says may cause gastric distress.
Yeah.
They've gotten better. They've started switching non-sugar sweeteners to things like monk fruit or erythritol, which is not malitol, which is the stuff that'll kill you.
But there is some out there that I'm aware of. But yeah, but I thought the problem is Thornton's toffee absolutely tastes. It tastes divine.
Mm.
I have to look this up.
Thornton's. So Thornton's do like chocolates and stuff like that. There are specialist not candy. It's chocolates and toffees and sweets.
Shop Thornton's special toffee. I can get it at Amazon.com.
Yeah. But the diabetic one is the one you need to watch. But their toffee is delicious. That's the big problem with it. Because if it was okay, you would just have a wee bit at a time. But because it's that delicious, you just go pop, 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 pop. I used to buy it, and I would buy it in the very small packs, even though it cost almost twice as much. Because I knew as soon as I opened the pack, I couldn't stop eating it.
Oh, no, of course not.
So I would buy the very small packs just enough so it wouldn't have any effect, and I wouldn't eat more than one a day. It's fun, but not fun.
I do that with ice cream a lot. I'll buy, one very small cup of ice cream, because if I buy the whole big thing, I will eat it. Yep.
Yes, I do appreciate that. Whippy ice cream. The last time I was sent out to the van, it was about 10 years ago, I must admit. The last time I was sent out for the van, we had friends coming round, and the van had turned up, and I was sent out with a bowl. It was my sister that sent me out, and she'd say, "Tell him to fill it." So it was a case of shh. So she was bringing it in, put it in the freezer, so when the kids were down and all that, they had whippy ice cream. And she says to me, I says, "Can I have a wee bit?" She says, "Aye, but leave some." I left about a third of it. I just could not stop eating it. I just, and she basically went through me. I had to go and drive to find the van again.
Haagen-Dazs, I don't know if you guys get Haagen-Dazs.
Haagen-Dazs is over here, yeah.
Okay, yeah. They've got a flavor of ice cream here that I cannot remember the name of, but it's got chocolate and coffee and crunchies. Oh my God, it's good.
I don't recognize that one. I don't really, unless it's vanilla or strawberry or banana, I don't really bother about them. Oh, or mint. Mint, I do love. I like mint ice cream.
Let's see what the name is. Let's see what flavors. And of course, they're not pints anymore. They call them pints, but they're really not.
The quartz they used to be as well. Oh, come on. Who's starting all the singing?
Oh, my God. They've got a flavor I've never heard of.
What's that one?
My God.
What's this flavor?
Well, one of them is coffee chocolate brownie, which I've had, and it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one, it's called black and white cookie ice cream. Now, black and white cookies are
Oreos.
a New York thing.
They're basically Oreos, but they're not allowed to use
No. New York black and white cookies they're almost a cake. The correct ones are a cake texture. They're big. And then half of it has vanilla fondant, half of it has chocolate fondant spread on it. The good ones, as I said, are cakey and not sickeningly sweet. The bad ones are nasty. But they've now got black and white cookie ice cream, which of course now I need to find.
Yeah. See, coffee ice cream, I never really like.
You can't get coffee ice cream anymore. That's terrible.
It's the same idea. See, I remember Revels. Anybody remember Revels?
Oh, I think it's still going.
Yeah, but you can't get coffee out Revel in it. I always hated it, but the coffee Revels disappeared. Revels are basically. Do you know about Revels, Julie?
No.
Revels sweets, but they're basically coated in chocolate. So you didn't know what you were getting unless it was a minstrel. Minstrels were flat. The rest of them were all like Maltesers.
Oh, yeah. I like
But
Maltesers.
well, you would get a Malteser in it, but you might get a chocolate coated raisin, or you might get a wee bit of orange fondant, or you might get a bit of coffee fondant, or this or that. So there was multiple different ones, and it was always a case of they did the advert here, and it was two guys playing like the Deer Hunter, the bit where they're spinning the gun and going click.
Yeah.
They're opening it and they're taking it out the pack, and then they're going like that. And the guy goes, orange, and they all go, yeah. And he goes, but I like orange. It's one of those ones you get the one that you don't like. Mine's was coffee. Everybody always had one in it they didn't like.
Hold that thought. I want to show you something else that I found the other day.
Yeah. So, Alec, what did you screw up?
It's not what I screwed up. It's the video I was watching, and where I was trying to carefully go it by step, the guy in the video was going too fast, and then he started doing something, and I went, how do you work that button? How do you work that button? Oh, sorry. So
I did that about my metal detector. So I had the thing about how to set it, and I'm sitting there thinking, his instructions are different from mine. And then I realised that I had to update my software in mine to match his. So I was going like that, click, click, click. It's not working. Click, click, click. Rewind. Click, click, click. And it's not working. And I realised right at the beginning, he says, check your version. I never checked the version. So I'm sitting in 2.68, and it was actually, he was at 2.77. The newest version is 2.78, and it's got more functions, and that's the functions he was talking about. And I'm sitting there going,
I didn't know you had to update metal detectors. I thought you.
No, there's some of them, yes. There's some of them are just basic sets. Mine's has got the function there.
One of those, yeah.
And it's got the bit, and you plug it in, and it charges it, or else you can plug it in and update the software.
So you got the headphones that's gone with it?
No, that's the only thing I've not got. But I've ordered the jack, and I've got the when I got it, it had headphones, but the guys forgot to put the jack in it, so I've got to get the jack.
Oh well.
Because you can get the wireless ones, but they're about £80 for that device. Because it only takes the blue and the green simplex model, or the Mako headphones. You can't put a normal set of Bluetooth in it. So once you've set it up, it detects it's gone. But if you want to get the specific set, you're talking about £80. So the cheapest one is about.
So you got metal detectors with Bluetooth and all the latest gadgets and everything else.
Yeah, but this one I bought a wee dongle. I got the wee dongle, and it only cost a couple of quid. I plugged that in, and then just plug a bog standard set of headphones, which he supplied as well. So, and odds and ends, he supplied like a fine box, which is fun because I just bought one and he supplied one for free, and the one he supplied is better than the cheap one that I bought.
Here,
Scott's Clan chocolate.
Yes, it is smooth caramel smothered in rich dark chocolate.
Oh, yum 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 yum! Hey,
To be brutally honest,
open the pack.
To be brutally honest, I like Reason better.
I don't know. They just sound delicious. Because if I open this straw,
because they did sound delicious, but I end up liking Reason better.
I know, but if I open this straw, all I've got is things like Twix. I would rather actually have that.
It's not. It's good. It's just I like Reason better.
That's not the point. It sounds better than what I've got. I'm not happy.
My brother.
Screwball ice creams. Remember those?
Oh yes, they're still going. I know they're
Them.
still going.
Are they? I've not seen them for ages.
Oh yeah, you can still get them and that. I like the
Screwball ice cream it was basically a chewing gum ball at the bottom. It was almost like a wee golf ball because it had all the wee spikes, and then you would it was a cone. So the plastic cone thing, you would squeeze it and eat the ice cream. Then at the bottom, pop the ice cream.
Do you remember when you got on from the ice cream man, or say, where you used to have it down the bottom and then you put all that ice cream and hundreds of thousands on top with a flake, you know.
I never got anything like that. We just
You
got
didn't?
no, it was the plastic.
Oh.
It was the plastic thing with already
know,
in
I
it,
know.
and you just
No.
no.
You
All
No,
I
didn't.
remember
Eric.
was
They got it on the
99s
shop.
all throughout England in 1969.
See again.
All I remember is having 99s in
Oh.
1969. All throughout
Love
England.
99s. 99
Yeah.
with a flake.
Yep. I
A
love
99 was the flake.
I
They're
love
not
flake.
99s anymore. That's the problem.
Can't get them anymore either.
No, you
You
can
can,
get them,
but they're not
99.
99 anymore. They're about $4.99.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
Aye. I like.
Pints aren't pints anymore. They're like 12 ounces instead of 16.
A double nugget. Oh. Anybody remember the double nugget or an oyster? I liked the oyster as well. Oyster was just the wee oyster cone
Yeah.
with a bit of coconut on it
Yeah.
with the 2 scoops ice cream in it. And I loved the double nugget as well. I hated a wafer or a single nugget. Hated that as well because it had the wafer on it. I wanted nugget. I didn't want wafers. None of that cheap stuff for me. But the Mr. Whippy, that's what I would say. I love the Mr. Whippy. I could actually see when when I go to the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Mr. Softy.
The Mr. Softy, that's a different thing.
No, I know. I'm saying that's what we had here.
Yeah. Well, basically, no, I'm saying that's a different thing for us guys. But
Mr. Softy was an ice cream truck, just so you know.
I had no doubt otherwise. But anyway, see when we go to the all-you-can-eat buffet, there's ice cream, so you can scoop it, or there's a whipping machine. And I basically scooped 2 or 3 scoops and then got it out with the ice cream machine. And I come back with ice cream like that, back to the table. After I've stuffed my face, I still have plenty of space for ice cream.
That's bloody good of them. Okay, next one.
We have a place near me called Jeremiah's Italian Ice. And it's a combination of Italian ice and soft ice cream and gelato. And oh my God, it's fantastic.
See, yeah, when I was in the Italy, I found it tasted weird. Maybe it's just because this typical taste buds are different because you're brought up with certain things. It's the same as like American sweets for me, especially American chocolate. Sweets, I love
American chocolate's terrible.
I think it does, but I know a lot of people who like American chocolate, but they think the British chocolate tastes terrible. It's because if it's what you're grown up with. If you're used to a taste,
well, I mean, I was born and raised here in the States. I do not eat American chocolate. I don't, because I think it's just grainy and too sweet and kind of it's just nasty. Oh,
see that Peter's saying he's not had an ice cream forever. The ice cream van still comes outside my house about 3 nights a week.
Except we've got something here called Malamars, which you guys call tea cakes. And I like ours better because the chocolate layer is thicker.
See, I like the thin one. That's why I like it. Because the chocolate, to me, I'm not a big fan of chocolate. I keep the chocolate in my drawer just for... I basically keep it for my diabetes. So if I'm having a hypo, if I want a sweet, I'll go over this way and get a flying saucer.
What are those?
Basically, bits of paper with sherbet inside.
Oh, okay.
Basically, you remember the paper? You used to get the paper that you could just sit and eat.
Yeah.
Well, that's them with sherbet inside, flying saucers.
Oh, we don't have them.
They're delicious.
Well, it's funny because my mom and I will order, because we can get Galaxy bars here at a couple of the local British shops, but we both like them so much and they're hard to get. We end up buying boxes of 2 dozen from Amazon. So, of course, it takes weeks to ship over here because they have to come from the UK. And we hoard them because we don't want to have to give them away to people. And we just... eat them very judiciously.
Well, yesterday I went out and bought this.
Oh
The
dear.
Hershey's.
You can get that in the UK? Why?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You can. I can get it locally to me.
I know.
Why?
That is what I call my temptation bar at the moment. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Hershey, unless they make it better over there than they do here.
But I don't want to overdo it on the sweets at the moment.
Yeah, well, I know.
I've
I've actually been good, so I have. I've been good.
I miss.
Oh, the Woolworth
Very
picket.
Yeah, it's just a shame you don't have Woolworths anymore.
Woolworth pick and mix was.
We don't have Woolworths either. We haven't had Woolworths longer than you haven't had Woolworths.
I know. We had a Woolworth pick and mix was great. You go in, I took a bag. None of this tub stuff. A bag and just.
Yeah.
I actually, believe it or not, we found a wee shop. It had a whole wall of sweets, and you could get a cup or a bag, and I'll have the bag. I went up and I bought 2 or 3 other things, American sweets, and that's where I got the. Oh, what was that? Remember the American sweet I got? Remember the Americans? The bar I got the American one I got the last time. I can't even remember. It was a wee while ago. Remember, I got the American sweet, the chocolate.
I just don't remember the name. Well, if you ever want to get some really old-timey, like from our childhood kind of sweets, there's a website called economycandy.com.
There's one here. It's the it's no history candy. It's old candy or something like that. That's where I got that. Remember that basket I showed you? I had it full. That's where I got that, and it's all the old candy.
Economy Candy's got a lot of stuff that I would eat when I was a kid, like the Gold Rush bubble gum. It's in this tiny little sack with the little gold nuggets of gum.
Oh, we got that, and that was absolutely loved it.
Oh, I loved it.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
I remember the gold nugget. I remember the gold nugget.
Oh yeah, and then we would have Bonamo Turkish taffy. It's these bars about yay big, and you put them in the freezer, and then when a couple hours later, you just smack them on the counter, and it's in small pieces, and it's very good. They have fake stuff now called Laffy Taffy or French Taffy or whatever, but Bonamo Turkish Taffy is the original. Oh, how did you like your Tootsie Rolls?
Tootsie Rolls, that was the one I was thinking. The Tootsie Rolls, I quite enjoyed them. They were lovely.
I love Tootsie Rolls.
I enjoyed them. I just,
God, I'm the only American in this entire thing now. Yeah, no, Tootsie Rolls are one of the few American things I love. And M&Ms. I'm a big fan of peanut M&Ms. Love M&Ms.
I like M&Ms. The peanut ones I love.
I can't stand M&Ms, I'm afraid.
Oh, I love M&Ms.
I love the peanut M&Ms. I don't like the bog standard M&Ms.
No, I don't either.
I'm the same. I don't like Smarties for the. I don't like Smarties for the same reason.
Yeah, I don't like Smarties.
I think Smarties taste better than the M&Ms, but
your guys' Smarties are different than our Smarties. Our Smarties are not the same, and our Smarties suck. Your Smarties are not as good as M&Ms, in my not so humble opinion, but peanut M&Ms are stellar.
Peanut M&Ms. That's the ones we were talking about, Rebels and stuff like that. There's one. It's Poppets, toffee Poppets. You can get mint, which is mint. I love the toffee ones. You can get mint Poppets. It's basically just bit of toffee coated like a Malteser, same idea, but it's toffee in the centre. Toffee Poppets, I love them, and mint Poppets is nice as well.
We also have dark chocolate M&M, peanut M&Ms, and those are very yummy.
Yeah. Kaylee, we're actually talking about sweets again. we always seem to come around to as soon as sweets are mentioned.
It's a good website.
Yeah, but that time I got the Tootsie Rolls, it was the same time I got them. It was I went into the shop and they had all the sweets and I was just going around going.
Oh yeah, no, I mean Tootsie Rolls don't have much flavor, but I still love them.
I liked them because I was surprised at how much I liked them. Yeah. You know what it's like, something that's slightly different, you're going, But no, as soon as I tried that, I thought, ooh, I could have more.
It's funny you say that because I remember, 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago, the first time I tried a flake, I didn't like it. And now I love them.
The advert, did you see that? You remember
the
advert? They basically was almost sexualized because of the way they were doing it, and people were going, did they just put an advert out like that? She's sitting there and the guy's riding the horse and she's sitting there. Yeah, they basically took the mickey out of it. What was the was it naked video? It was naked video or something. Took the mickey out of it. There's the guy. He's watching her and she's sitting there and he's sort of leaning over and then she goes and bites it and he goes, oh. It basically just took the mickey out of the flake advert because it was people are watching it going, I got to say sexual, that one, and it's on.
We can get Curly Whirlies here, disaster area. I can even get them here.
I was going to mention Jasper Carrot did a funny piss.
Yeah, I get Curly Whirly here, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Deep fried Curly Whirly. Yum. Deep fried Curly Whirly.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Deep fried.
Never had a deep fried.
Deep fried Mars bars, deep fried flakes.
I'm not as keen on deep fried Mars bars because I'm not as keen on the Mars bars. I like a Curly Whirly because the same idea as I like the toffee pop. It's got this soft toffee in the middle.
Well, I was going to mention, going back to the flake advert. There was one where the woman was in the tub, right, in the bath, eating the flake. Jasper Carrot took the piss brilliantly.
Oh, Jasper Carrot was great.
Yeah, I know.
I saw him live on stage. He was good.
He took the piss with that bath advert with the flake. And she's in there in the tub, the water's spilling, and next thing you know, he's come up the other end. He goes, do you know what your problem is, love? You got too many flake wrappers in the sink hole.
The adverts were very sensual, considering it was for a bar of chocolate, and people were actually going, really? And it was basically they were that bad that comedy shows were taking the mickey out of them.
What about the lady who loves a milk tray?
Oh, it was a James Bond advert.
Yeah.
All because the lady loves milk tray. The guy was skiing off mountains, driving cars, and then basically she walks in and there's a bar of milk tray with a wee card on it, and he's jumping out the window. They took the mickey out of that as well. You see the guy coming in, he's black and blue, and he's got broken legs, and you don't know what this thing means right up at the end, and he puts the box down, and it's all because the lady loves milk tray.
It was funny. I bought, my mom and I were at the Scott's shop here in town, and we bought as many Cadbury cream eggs as they had because they sell really, really quickly.
That's one thing. See, anytime when I get my lunch, I'm quite. I know it sounds terrible, but I'm quite regimented on what I eat. It may not look like it with all my junk food around, but see, like my lunch, I always have the exact same. I don't like change, and if I do, I have to actually let myself know beforehand. The only time, every time I go, I get my baguette with chicken meal with bacon on it. So every day, same baguette, packet of crisps or 2, and that's it. Unless they've got a cream egg, I'll have that as well, please.
Oh yeah.
Every single time I see a cream egg, I can't stop myself going, I'll have one of them, please. And
my mother and I bought as many as they had, and they didn't have very many left because they were, almost sold out. So the next week, I was at another shop, only this one doesn't just sell British stuff. They sell sweets from pretty much everywhere. That's where I've gotten the Swedish chocolate bar that
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
And I ended up buying something I'd never bought before just because I wanted to get some more cream eggs. It was just a giant chocolate egg from Cadbury, and then inside were 2 cream eggs. So yeah, I bought a giant hollow chocolate egg that I haven't eaten yet, just to get the 2 cream eggs.
Yeah.
I'm sad. I admit it. But yeah, I do love sweets. It's very, but I've gotten better at not eating them.
Yeah.
I restrain myself until the weekend.
I just find it interesting now that it's that I've gone from one addiction to another addiction now.
Well, it's easily
But
done.
okay. Hey, Yuki.
I've heard of Yorkies, have not had them. What are they?
It's just chocolate. Basically, these became quite famous at one point because down the side it used to say "not for girls."
Yeah.
Oh my!
They had a pink Yorkie as well, and it used to say "not for boys." But you can't have that nowadays. But the Yorkie's not for girls because it's meant. This is quite small. The original Yorkies were like that thick, and it was. That's why they had the advert "not for girls" because you had to literally. So it was quite strong.
I mean, what is it? Just plain chocolate, or is there anything else going on?
It's plain chocolate. That's it. So it's just a bar of solid chocolate. It used to be almost twice the size it is now. This is the full size Yorkie.
It's like it was Toblerone, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Toblerones.
Toblerones used to be enormous. Now
Yeah,
there's more gap than your chocolate.
You can still get the big ones, but they have a lot of littler ones now in the shop.
Yes, it's the littler ones as the ones that used to be the normal size one, but there's that many gaps in the Toblerone now. That's what the problem is.
Big one.
Well, everything
know
is.
how I got a mods.
It's because he actually had a Parker and he had a wee moped and different a mod.
Yeah.
I was a mod back in the day. I was near rocker. I had the actual pencil tie.
Yeah.
And remember from Hard Days Night, are you a mod or a rocker? No, I'm a mocker.
A mocker. No, I was a mod. So I was. I didn't have the fishtail, but the two-tone suit, the lot, the pencil tie. So I have, but I know it's really bad. Going back nowadays, I would, if it was 10 years ago, I would have been the rocker because I had my Harley Davidson. Can't imagine actually starting about with my two-tone tie, my pencil tie, two-tone suit, pencil tie, and and on a Harley. It wouldn't have actually worked.
Oh, I think Mike is talking crap now. He could be a. Goodbye.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's Big Mike.
Yep.
I'm happy for him. Well, that's the thing, Peter Harrington. As Peter Harrington says, the prices are not smaller. They're not. The prices are bigger and the goods are smaller. It's like I said with Haagen-Dazs ice cream, they're not pints anymore, or Noble ice cream. They're not.
The way I first noticed it, and I asked somebody who he worked in the sweetie business, right? And it was a penny dainty, right? So you used to get a big caramel, a penny dainty, 1 pence. It was about that size. And I noticed gradually it was that size. And then it went to 2p and it was still the same size. And I said to the guy, I says, how come? He says, what happens is the cost of the ingredients become more. So either they keep them the same size and put the price up, but most people won't pay the extra. So what they do is they gradually reduce it. So basically, they're still keeping it at the same price for them to produce, so they can make their bit of profit. So gradually, you never notice it because it's always small. It's only if you have one and maybe 6 months later you see another one, they're so much smaller, or a year later they're a lot smaller. But if you eat them regularly, you don't notice it. And then they double the price because it's going to become too small to be worthless. And that's when it all becomes, that's what it is. It's the prices they've got. And if they don't want to put their prices up, they reduce the stuff. So if you were getting this, if I was getting a normal Yorkie, it's not double the price, even though it's double the chocolate. It would be almost 3 times the price. And who wants to pay 3 times the price for a chocolate bar? So they reduce the amount in it. So I can understand why the prices go up. And they just
No, of
go
course
down.
the prices are going to go up. I mean, everything's more expensive now. But I remember when I was very little, my parents would give me 15 cents a week allowance. And this is in the mid 1960s. And for 15 cents, you could get a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You could get 3 actual decent sized chocolate bars. Or you could get, 1 chocolate bar and a variety of penny candy. I mean, bubble gum was a penny. You could get root beer barrels for a penny, a penny, couple for a penny. You could get a whole bunch of things. I mean, I actually said to my dad years ago that my childhood in the 60s was closer to his in the 30s.
Yeah.
Than to my niece and nephews in the 2000s.
Yeah. Because I remember it as well. You go down and get a 10p mix, and basically you got a bag with at least 10 sweets in it.
Right.
Whereas now you got a 10p mix, you're lucky if you get 2 things in it.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Do you know what? You want to hear a story about this? My mum used to give my nephew, he's in his late 30s, but she used to give him his pocket money. Well, my dad used to give him pocket money, but once my dad was working away, so she gave him his pocket money, and she said the worst thing to him. She says, typically, there you go. There's your 50p. Don't spend it on the one shop.
Mm-hmm.
And she saw him walking past. There was a shop up at the hill and a shop down the hill, and she saw him walking past, going down to the shop, and she was going, oh, they must have not had his sweeties up there, because he always got the same sweeties. He always come back with all the big packets of sweeties and he would be sitting there and they would last him about 10 minutes, but in effect, he felt like a day. And she saw him walking, she says, and when he came back, she says, would you have to go down the road? Did they not have your sweeties? He says, they had everything. She says, then would you have to go down? He says, well, you told me not to spend it on the one shop, so I only spent 48 pence up there, and I spent 2 pence down there. So he took her literally, don't spend it all in the one shop. So he actually spent most of it and walked down the road. And I'm sitting there thinking,
very clever.
Only a kid that actually has just takes your word for it, who doesn't actually see sarcasm or whatever. He literally did what he was told. Don't spend it on the one shop. He wanted to spend it all, so he walked. I just thought that was, you can just imagine nowadays, you say to a kid, don't spend it on the one shop. Shop? eBay? You know what I mean? But no, that basically Handy Candy, the one I like, they do all the retro sweets. It's Handy Candy. It's no old candy. It's Handy Candy, but they do old sweets, all retro sweets. I get cola cubes, pineapple cubes, I get fruit salad, I get blackjacks. They do Whoppers, but I don't touch them. Chelsea Whoppers used to be a penny for Chelsea Whoppers used to be a penny for one.
Different kind of Whoppers then.
No, it's just a.
Whoppers are similar to Maltesers, only Maltesers are better.
No, Whoppers are just like a stick of a stick. You used to get them in all stuck together, 5 of them in a wee square.
Okay.
Chelsea Whoppers. It's like a cinnamony type one.
Ooh, I love
a gingery cinnamon. But
okay.
It was quite nice. So you get a strip of 10 for 10p. So a penny one each. I came across them about 5 years ago. They were the same size and it cost 10p each. And I just thought, no, I'm not paying £1 for something that I paid 10p for when I was a kid. Fair enough. I'm a grown-ass adult, but...
We had something back here. Apparently you can still get them, but we had them. They were called, candy dots. And there were these long strips of paper with these teeny tiny little dollops of pure sugar.
Yes.
On them. And you would just sit there and suck on the paper.
Yeah.
The 60s were a good time to be a kid.
I mean, 70s as well, because I remember you used to get the gold stopper. It was that big you couldn't put it in your mouth.
Oh, yes. You couldn't put it in your mouth. You had to hold it and lick it.
Uh-huh. Basically, you could always tell somebody had actually just went because they would come in, their tongue was cut.
You guys have You guys have, oh God, what are they called? Atomic fireballs?
No, I'm
Depends.
not so sure.
I recognise the
They're
name. Is that
jawbreakers about this size and
red?
they are hot.
Red. Yeah, we didn't call them atomic fireballs. They were called.
No, that was.
No, it was atomic bombs. I think they just called them something like that. It was yeah, but I remember them. They were quite small, but they were solid. And oh my God, you're sitting on there going,
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
'Cause it was-
If you get it on a bad part of your tongue, you just want to go. Ah!
Mhm.
Oh, I loved them so much.
yeah.
So
I wonder if
much.
I've actually got any sweets still in that basket. That's annoying me now because I've got the basket. I think it's empty.
I'm not even-
I think it's empty. No, it's only got. It's got a fudge.
Here, have some.
It's got a fudge, but it's got lollipops, lollipop, lollipop.
Who loves you, baby?
Charms blow pops.
Eh?
Charms blow pops.
Don't recognise the name. We used to get.
Charms blow pops are lollipops that are about this big, and inside is bubble gum.
Well, we used to get bubble lollies.
Okay, well these
We
are
never called them. We never called them pops. They were lollipops,
Okay.
lollies. So we used to call them lollies. But yeah, you would get bubble lollies, and
Right,
it was basically the same idea. It was a coated. You go.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. You break your teeth. And also, well, Tootsie Rolls has a lollipop version. Tootsie Pop. You might
Tootsie
want to
Pop.
look into them. If you like Tootsie Rolls, you may like Tootsie Pop.
See, I recognise the name Tootsie Pop. I didn't know they were the
There's
same.
always- the advert is Owl, who was asked how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
Seen the advert. I have seen that.
You
advert.
have, okay.
Yeah, I have seen that because I didn't know what it was referring to, but it was how many likes
It was
did it
Tootsie
take to get to the centre.
Yeah, Tootsie Pops. If you like,
Because they did the same idea. There was a couple of American comic shows, and you would see the guy sitting there going, 1, 2, and then they would actually at the end of the show they would be doing other things, and then they would go back to him right at the end, and they'd be going 507. Literally as if he'd been doing that the whole time.
advert would be 1, 2, chomp.
But no, I saw one. It was a show. I can't even remember what one it was, but it started off as almost as if it was the advert, and he goes, you see him 1, 2, and then it goes into the show, and the show's about 40 minutes long, but they don't actually. There's no payoff for it. You think it's an advert or a joke, but it just sort of goes into the show, and then at the end, as the show's finishing, you see him. He's still there going. And then he's still counting. It's like 547. So he's as if he's been doing that the whole 45 minutes.
And their Tootsie Pops I always liked.
But yeah.
Pops are good.
Oh, I do love. I like the old retro sweets. I must admit, I prefer. If I've got a choice, I'll go for the old retro sweets rather than most things. Sweet peanuts. Sweet peanuts. I hate. I used to love sweet peanuts.
Sweet peanuts?
Sweet peanuts is basically. It's a candy shaped. It's a hard, brittly shaped peanut. It looks like peanut, but inside it's got peanut crackers.
Oh.
PJ,
Yeah.
I just looked on Twitter and Bruce Campbell's just shared this and
On
I
Twitter?
know the film's coming out. That
I might not have that on my Twitter.
This Ken is a good thing with. Is good with his hand.
nice one, Bruce.
That is definitely the way to do Barbie.
Yep.
That's
that was a good.
Bruce
one.
Campbell's always superb in it. But yeah, I saw the clip for that. The thing is, if they actually just did it, they just left it in the Barbie world, I think they would have got away with it. But they're bringing Barbie into the real world.
Yeah.
Barbie's got that film coming out.
That's the film they're talking about. The film is basically they're in the Barbie world, and you've got all the Kens, all the different Kens,
Right, and all the different
and all the
Barbies.
different
I'm sure they
Barbies,
got
and they're all
made.
and then they drive into the real world.
And once,
So you've still got the Ken and Barbie in the real world, and it's that type of thing.
It sounds silly, but it's got Beach Boys in the music, so I gotta like the Beach Boys.
But yeah, I don't know. I think it could go if they stick to the Barbie type thing and not do what they did with the Scooby
I
type
might
thing.
wait until it goes streaming. I don't think I want to pay $15 in a movie theater.
I had Pop Rocks. It was only about 6 months ago, but yeah, I love the Pop Rocks. You just. I used to do it all the time. I used to do it with my kids.
After my time, they were not as popular. They were not really popular when I was was young.
I used to do that with my kids.
It was the generation after me.
I used to do that with my kids. My oldest, when she was about 2 or 3, she would always try and sweet. So she would always try and steal the sweets. So every so often, I would just hand her some Pop Rocks, and she would go, and they would be going, and you could see her face just to say, "What's happening?" So yeah, my daughter used to hate me with my Pop Rocks. They used to if she got annoyed me, I would give her some, and she would just typically just go. Oh. She wouldn't even check to see if it was the same stuff she'd had before I did it. But she was a kid. What can you say?
Justin may be right. If I had Pop Rocks right now.
Yep.
Just don't drink it.
It really depends if you got a Pop Coke, but that's a different type of Coke I'm talking about.
Yep.
No, we're talking about Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know. I don't drink the stuff. You know what I mean? Iron Brew for me, boy.
There's nothing in it.
Iron Brew for me, boy.
There we go.
Well, I still intend to buy some Iron Brew because of the 2 places that I shop at, one of them only has the bottles, one has cans.
Right. Okay. Right. There's 2 different things you need to look out for as well. It's that.
Oh dear God. What's the difference?
Diet, full fat.
Got it.
Blue Top is fat brew, diet brew.
Got it. Well, I have to look.
Yeah, just so you're aware of that, you get Iron Brew. If it's a silver label, it's a diet one.
I did try something that was some ginger ale. It was some spicy ginger ale.
They do Iron Brew do one called Fiery.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I didn't like it either. It's not Iron Brew. Although Iron Brew made it fiery and it's meant to be a wee bit spicy. Nope. Have you seen the adverts for the Iron Brew? They always do it very American. So initially it's like the guy comes into the saloon, the cowboy, and he's saying, Iron Brew. And then they all start saying what it tastes like. And there's a big fight because nobody can agree what it tastes like. It's like when somebody says, describe the Iron Brew taste. To me, I've heard somebody saying it's like bubblegum. No, it's not. But that's the way the advert is. It's almost people saying this and people saying that. The most recent one is 3 guys. 2 of them are burying a body, and they'll say, "That's the last time he says it tastes like bubble gum." And the guy goes, "I know. It tastes like chalk. It tastes like something else." And the 2 of them looked at it and he goes, "Okay, I'll go and get the bag." As if he's going to get bumped off now. It's almost like nobody can agree, so they're always fighting about it. And it is true. If I have to describe that, I can't, because it's unique. It's one of those tastes. You can't say it's like cinnamon or it's like bubblegum or it's like this. Everybody tastes it slightly differently. And the adverts are now actually played into that, where everybody argues about it. But the adverts on it are online, and they're the cowboy one or the mafia one's the most recent one, which is hilarious, where they're burying the body. What's that one?
It sounds awful, but it's really good.
An Orange Julius.
Yes.
Never even heard of that one.
It's really good.
A Jubilee. No, I like a Jubilee. Used to get triangle or a triangle Jubilee.
Yeah, you still get them. You can still get them.
Can you? I've not had
Yeah.
one for ages.
Yeah,
I
they're
used
selling
to love them. Basically, and then I used to love the Jubilees. Strawberry ones are my favourite. I wasn't as keen on the orange ones, although now I think the orange ones are my favourite. The strawberry ones are raspberry, are not as nice. We were talking about that earlier, the tobacco sweets, weren't we?
Yeah, he said the magic words, so another one.
Yeah.
What is a tobacco sweet?
The tobacco sweets, remember the sweets you were talking about? The thing with tobacco.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We had bubble gum that was strings. It was called Big League Chew. I think they still make it because back when baseball players used to chew tobacco, they made bubble gum in strings like chewing tobacco.
Now, see, we never had that because chewing tobacco was never a big thing here.
Right, and it was
the tobacco for like your roll-ups, the stringy tobacco, the ones we were talking about earlier.
No, we didn't have that. Well, we did back when I was growing up. We had bubblegum cigars and chocolate cigarettes, which of course they don't do now.
Oh, chocolate cigarettes, no, the candy. They do the candy. They call them candy canes or candy chalk or something like that. It's the candy cigarettes, but they call them something else rather than cigarettes.
They can't call them candy cigarettes anymore.
I know, which is crazy.
We had also bubblegum cigars.
We used to get ones like that. Yeah, the bubblegum cigars were great because you just basically peeled it and it.
In these really scary pink and green neon colors. Yeah.
Yes, I remember them in school. Yes, you sitting there in the back of the class.
We have something here. I don't know if it ever made it over by you called Necco wafers, Necco. It's from New England Candy Company, and they're
never got these smoked.
They're similar to like candy hearts at Halloween, only they're flat.
Yeah.
And they're really good. My mom used to keep them in her purse and give them to me when I was good.
The only thing I can think was anything like that was Love Hearts.
What we get right, Love Hearts are similar to Necco wafers, only thicker. Necco wafers are completely flat.
Oh, I did think maybe because the Love Hearts, I remember, I still get them. I still get the occasion.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, and different people make them, and they're not all good like they used to be.
Oh no, it's the same. It's the same ones. It's basically. Oh, the rapper's the same one. I can't even remember off the top of my head who made them. I don't think it was Walls.
Atomic Fireballs. I need Atomic Fireballs. Here's
the last time we were talking about sweets, that was, remember I said to you, I went online and I bought that basket full. I spent £50 on sweeties alone.
And how long did it take you to eat it?
Less than a month.
That's good.
I'm a lot less than a month.
That's actually really good. I'm impressed it took that long.
That was a lot less than a month.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for you to say 3 days.
I think it actually lasted a bit longer than that, but no by much. And the only reason it lasted that long is because I had so much of it, because I had that, but I also had all my Christmas stuff. And I've got a habit of nipping out and buying small packets of sweets. So I would have this, but I would also have something that size with about 4 different sets of sweets in it, and I would buy extra packets of blackjacks and M&M and stuff like that. And I would have. Yeah, I'm
these have a blackjack gum.
No, there's a blackjack. It's just a chewy sweet. Okay. Same as you get fruit salad was a chewy sweet.
Don't know them.
Blackjack was black, believe it or not. The fruit salad was yellow and pink. So you did. They were delicious. The blackjack was famous for you would chew it and chew it and chew it, wrap it around your teeth and do that, and you'd have a big black tooth there. The object was you had to actually not even tell anybody you had it in, and wait until class. And if you were up talking to the teacher, talk to the teacher, and not even give it the I know I've got this in my mouth. Just act as if it's not there, and see how long it takes the teacher to actually say something. You're not allowed to smile. You weren't allowed. So if the teacher was talking to you, you weren't even allowed to grin because you knew something was coming up. You had to actually play it as if you had no idea. So yes, we used to do that with the thing. Always protect you. When you're a pirate, you had about 4 bits, so you had to look as if you had 2 teeth.
Yeah, we had blackjack chewing gum.
Handicap potato sticks.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the comic strip.
I know how handicap is. No.
Yeah.
You flap on it. Wee's big wife.
Yep.
But I can't remember the potato sticks.
Yeah, we had them here. I didn't know if you had them over there, but we definitely had them here. You got these little packets, and there were these little thin potato sticks that looked like chips, but tasted like crisps. Speaking of crisps, I did try prawn cocktail. They were nasty.
Did you? I love prawn cocktail. I've got a big bag in there.
I just couldn't do it.
See, the prawn cocktail.
I really did. Couldn't do it.
You know, I like prawn cocktail. Well, prawn crackers. I love them as well.
Oh, yeah.
Never tried those.
Prawn crackers with curry in it. It's basically, see, instead of a poppadom for an Indian, for a Chinese, prawn crackers. You can buy them and fry them yourself, or you can buy them. Usually, most Chinese over here.
Is your light blinking there, Alex?
I think it's possessed.
It's possessed with a flicker.
Yeah. Marmite crisps? Disaster Center is Marmite crisps? I don't think so. Sorry.
Marmite. Definitely. You may actually love them, but I certainly hate them. I don't like Marmite.
I don't either. I love salt and vinegar. I like there's a bunch of different crisp flavors I will try, but prawn cocktail I did try. I did not dismiss them offhand. I did try. Couldn't deal with it. It was sweet and just. Ugh.
I don't know. I think I like. What do you think? She doesn't like coupling. She doesn't like prawn crack. She doesn't like prawn cocktail.
Yeah. Hey, I like a lot of things, just not prawn cocktail crisps.
But I know it's weird. I don't like prawn, but I love prawn cocktail. I love prawn crackers.
We call them shrimp. I like shrimp.
I see. I don't. I just dislike them. Can't eat them. But I love the flavor. I like the prawn toast. I love prawn cocktail. I love prawn crackers. It's weird.
Yeah, we don't get that here. We just get shrimp cocktail itself. They don't sell it in a variety of different things. But I've had some Japanese seaweed crackers, and those are quite tasty.
My wife likes them.
Those are good. Seaweed rice crackers are very good.
She likes them. She likes the seaweed. So when we go in, sometimes the restaurant's got a big thing of seaweed, and she'll put a big plate of it back. Really? I can go down to the beach and get you some if you want.
No, you can get here. I can't remember the brand name, but they're these tiny little rice crackers, and they've got different flavors. And my favorite one is the seaweed flavor.
I'm not a big fan of it, but my wife loves them. So she does.
Seaweed.
Yeah.
The strangest crisps you've ever tried. Ooh. For me, it's probably the prawn cocktail. But I've seen ketchup flavored crisps.
Yeah.
Why?
My favorite is bacon and brown. My favorite is bacon and brown sauce.
Oh dear.
Bacon and brown sauce. That is that's one of my favorites.
I've never seen that available for sale.
So it's a Scottish flavour, yes, you can imagine.
Ketchup flavored.
I've seen ketchup flavoured, yes. I've no interest in it. I'm not a big ketchup.
Your chips, crisps, whatever you want to call them, in ketchup.
No, these ones are ketchup flavour.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it.
But yeah, I've seen them, but I'm not a big fan of ketchup. The only time I take ketchup is if I've got a hot dog. Because
Yeah, thank you. I like ketchup on my hot dogs.
I don't like ketchup, but I have to have it in my hot dog.
I like it on
Ketchup,
burgers
mustard.
and hot dogs.
Ketchup, mustard, and if there's no ketchup and mustard, then it's just a burger with a bit of meat in it.
I like my burgers with ketchup, and I get made fun of for liking my hot dogs with ketchup. But I like my hot dogs.
One thing I find funny now, you got I tried these Doritos the other day. And
What was that?
I tried to read these Doritos the other day.
Oh.
And apparently they taste like a Burger King Whopper.
Ew.
I'm thinking,
what?
You know the burgers at a Burger King?
Hey, the Burger King. I'm not a big
Whopper.
fan of Burger King.
Yeah,
I would
Whopper
rather have
flavour.
McDonald's.
A Whopper flavour. And you're thinking, what are they thinking of next?
No, I won't even eat a Whopper regular.
If I'm going to Burger King, it's a chicken royale. That's what I get for a Burger King. A chicken royale.
I don't go to Burger King. I go to Chick-fil-A.
My wife likes Burger King. She likes the fries at Burger King.
Mm-hmm.
I like the chicken royale. The fries are okay. I prefer them to the McDonald's fries. They call them fries over here. It's typical American chains, remember? They call them fries.
But I figured they would have changed
the chips,
the local.
No, they call them fries because it's the American chain. They call them fries. If we're going into the shop, we'll ask for a roll and chips. You go to McDonald's, it's fries. Would you like fries with that?
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I know.
Yeah, I don't eat at McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's. I love a place called Chick-fil-A.
I've never tried Chick-fil-A, but I liked Wendy's. I must admit, when I was in Vegas, I liked Wendy's.
Wendy's for me is better than the other two. And then we just got a new chain here in my city that apparently has branches in the UK. Slim Chickens.
No, not around about here.
They do business in the UK. Slim Chickens UK. Slim Chickens. Yeah, there's Slim Chickens locations. Arndale, Belfast, Birmingham, Bishopsgate, in Liverpool, Bluewater, Bournemouth, Brighton, Bristol, Cambridge, Cannock.
They're popping up everywhere.
Cardiff, Cheshire Oaks, Crawley, Crayford, Exeter. They got a bazillion of them.
Yeah, but none in Scotland.
Yeah, haven't crossed the border yet.
Ain't crossed the border.
Not in Scotland?
None in Scotland.
Okay, I thought it was.
What did you say you thought was in Scotland?
Cannock.
Aye, Cannock sounds it's a Scottish one, but I didn't hear that.
Sounds Scottish. That's why I thought it might have been in Scottish.
Yes, Cannock.
They've got Sevenoaks, Southampton, Redditch, Sydenham. Oh, it's in London. Tamworth, Brunswick, and Trafford, and Wolverhampton. Yeah. How is it pronounced, Alex? Sydenham?
No, Sydenham.
Sydenham. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought
it's South London to me.
Got it.
South London. South.
Yeah, South London.
Cannock is actually, where is Cannock? Cannock's actually not in Scotland, according to this map. I'm just double checking. Stupid thing's taking an absolute age.
Well, I kept thinking I don't know why it just sounded Scottish to me.
It sounded Scottish to me, that's why I was saying.
Postal code is WS117JZ.
WS. I think that's actually England. Hold on.
I guess.
Can you bring that up again? I'll just check that.
Phone number begins with 153.
No,
1543.
Cannock's in Birmingham, north of Birmingham.
Okay, did not know that.
It's just north of Birmingham.
Well, anyway, they've got a whole bunch of locations in England and Ireland and Wales.
None in Scotland.
None in Scotland yet. They just opened one near me.
Well, see, the thing is, one of the nicest burger chains I ever had, they had one in Glasgow and it lasted about a year.
Which
Arby's. Arby's.
Arby's.
Because it was different, because I was getting fed up with they call them the burger patties.
Yeah.
And I just, the idea of getting into Arby's and there was all these slices of meat and it was hot. It was, to me, it was like a nice cold meat sandwich. It was nice thick, but it was warm meat. Arby's I loved. It just
Arby's
was so
has
different.
quite a variety of sandwiches than the other places do.
The one I must admit, was a Glasgow one, was called Oliver's. They used to do best sandwiches ever. You would go down, they would have all the different types of thing, and they would say to you, what type of bread? You would tell them what bread, and they would slice it. Then they would, so it wasn't rolls or anything like that, it was all bread. So they would slice it for you thin, thick, so you get a nice thick bit. Then they would butter or margarine, you would put whatever you wanted on it. Then they would say, right, what do you want in your sandwich? Put it on, another bit on top, cut it, and it was literally, it was for a sandwich, it was not cheap. But you could come out with a sandwich like that. It was great. A Scooby snack. I used to love doing that, but it didn't. It just disappeared. One day it's just gone, and I was.
I remember when I was that first time I went to the UK, we went to Wimpy's.
Oh, they're disappearing over here.
Aye, they are.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They don't have them here at all. But
yeah, there's still one franchise in Glasgow.
My father lived in Manchester in the very early 50s. And then he went back with my mom right after they got married in the later 50s. And then they took us in the summer of 1969. So 1969 was
the summer of 69.
On one hand, it was very mod. On the other hand, there was still a lot of traditional going on there.
Yeah.
Well, One Piece, my ex's sister, when she was a teenager, used to work in One Piece, and she always had to walk about as Mr. Wimpy out the street.
I never envied the people who had to wear the mascot costumes.
Yeah, there is still one One Piece in Glasgow. It's a franchise. It's still there. So
it's great. I love the One Piece because you just go in and they take your order and you sit down and you hand your knife and forks, and you could probably eat in a One Piece, not McDonald's or Burger King like that. You have to eat.
They just give you in a bag.
Yeah.
And One Piece, you got the tray with your cutlery.
You don't have a tray in McDonald's. You don't need if you want to eat at the restaurant.
No, but what I'm saying is, even if you get the tray, it's still a cardboard box, and you're.
Oh yeah.
Whereas One Piece, you would get a fork and a knife,
and a proper
it would come out.
Chick-fil-A is mostly a southern thing. They've expanded outside the southern United States, and these places pride themselves on being incredibly polite and clean, and the food is really good. Their French fries are not the long ones; they're waffle fries.
I like them.
Oh,
yeah, they're good waffle fries.
Actually,
so good.
I have had one. I was down at it wasn't South Thurrock. I was down at Thurrock. There must be one near there because
is Chick-fil-A in the UK?
It must be.
Let me look this up.
I think we've probably, but I know we've got Popeyes over here now.
Popeyes is good. Their fried chicken is excellent.
It's in Thurrock, which is just outskirts of London.
Yes, let's see. It's Chick-fil-A. They closed their last UK restaurant because people were protesting them.
Oh no.
That was last year.
In 2020.
2020, just before the pandemic, and that was all that pants stuff.
April of 2020. Yep, their lease would not be renewed.
It serves people right who actually were looking for a job, and they actually let people like that.
The Chick-fil-A people, they opened a branch in New York, and there was protesters, but there was a line of people around the block.
Exactly.
Who wanted to go in and eat because the food is really good, and the employees are unfailingly polite.
So what is the
They
problem
always-
with Chick-fil-A anyway? Tell me what
Because
There
it is.
was-
the owners, it's a privately held company, so they don't
Yeah.
have stock out available for everybody to buy. And the owners are evangelical Christians.
So they basically refused to actually bow down to all this.
Exactly. They refuse to bow down to the woke mob, and they're closed on Sundays.
And
Right.
people didn't like it.
Which of
And
course
how dare you
is
not
the day
actually?
that I really crave Chick-fil-A is on a Sunday when I can't go get it. I think there may be some airport locations that may be open on a Sunday, but for the 99.999% are closed on Sundays. But if you get a chance to go to a Chick-fil-A, the chicken
Yeah.
sandwich is fantastic.
Well, it was about it couldn't have been that, but it's only because the waffle fries.
The waffle fries are excellent.
They are the best fries I've
Oh,
ever
they're
had.
amazing.
And whatever the one is down in Thurrock, anytime I'm down there, we nip in. It's one that I'd never seen before, so I never even clocked the name. It's not the usual fast food, but it's just you go in. It's basically well organized. You basically go in, order.
Their drive-through is a model for everybody else's drive-through. It's not a clusterfuck. It's so organized, and you get in, you get in, you place your order, they hand it to you, you leave.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've eaten there. One of the guys in my office, he eats there almost every day, but he's 30 years old and can get away with it. I can't. But no, their fries are outstanding. But you have to eat when they're still warm. Once they're cold, it's not as good anymore.
But that's the same as most things. Like you look at, I love a donut freshly baked.
Oh
no, without sugar on it. I'll have a donut freshly baked. As soon as it starts going cold, it needs the sugar on it.
It's funny because I don't normally like cinnamon raisin bagels, but if it's fresh from the oven, I love it.
7 o'clock in the morning.
You should join us. Yes, the link.
It's in the chat.
You put it in Twitter. It's there.
Yeah, he's in the chat, in the Twitter. He's in the Twitter.
In the Twitter?
In the Twitter. There's a
7
lot of Twitter on the Twitter.
Yeah, it's 6 in the evening here.
It's only 11 o'clock here. Only 11
At least
p.m.
it's not like with Roman, who makes you get online at 1 a.m. to hang out with him.
Yeah. I was just looking back. Remember we were talking about Let's Talk Geeky #1?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
When Dolly's on it, Jim the Viking, Daniel, the Scottish Davros,
Oh, yeah.
Matt Potts,
Ages.
and Dark Powers. In the chat was... Where did I see that? I'm sure I saw... I thought I saw actually Alec in the chat there, but it's no. No, it's no. I thought it was Ransom Entertainment Channel, but yeah, that was July of 2021, so coming up for 2 years celebration for that one as well.
I have to take a look at that.
Yeah. So I am absolutely shattered. I never had my nappy nap today, my old bands. But remember,
that's an hour nap.
There's 2 giveaways for the next couple of weeks. There's a John Wayne plate. Just put hashtag the Duke. I'm going to draw it as soon as I hit 1,000. So that could be a year. Could be 10 minutes, but it could be a year down the line. And there's also a Bebop from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm at
683.
683, yep. So hopefully I'm aiming for 1,000, and if once I hit 1,000, I'll take the draw. So from now until then, any chat at all, just put either hashtag Bebop or hashtag Duke or the Duke, and one's for a plate with John Wayne on it, and the other one is a action figure, which is this action figure, Bebop Just need to put that in the chat. Or there's John Wayne, and you get John Wayne.
Very nice.
So, and the problem is, I can post it UK, but if it goes out overseas, I can't guarantee they'll not charge for import or whatever, even if you mark it as a gift. So everybody be aware of that. I will do a wee intro so I can actually have it in each of my chat, each of my...
It's funny. Somebody in the UK sent me a Christmas card in December. I still haven't gotten it.
Jeez.
She got the package I sent her, but I never got the package she sent me.
It's crazy when that happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it really, I mean, I felt terrible. I let her know because I wanted her to know why I hadn't thanked her because I never got it. And I felt really awful.
I'll switch mine off, disaster area.
What's the disaster? The emergency alert for tomorrow.
It's just a test run tomorrow to check all phones and communications.
Oh, we get that.
No, I've not got it. I ain't getting it.
Nope, I'll switch mine off, so I don't care.
No, see, you have to switch off your notifications from emergency. I switched mine off. On your iPhone, you need to actually remember to switch it off because if you don't, you have to acknowledge you received it before you can use your phone. If you don't switch your notifications off, you will get a message, and if you even want to ignore it, you can't. Your phone won't work unless you accept it.
I've got a funny feeling my mum's going to turn around and say tomorrow,
my phone's
why is
not
it
working?
Yeah, this is not working properly. Why can't I activate it?
Yeah. So notifications. I basically went in and did mine. I'm just double checking because my phone did an update. I'm just double checking, make sure the actual update hasn't changed it back, which you should always check. Yep. Extreme alerts and severe alerts are switched off. But I always check it because I had the update the other day. I never even thought of checking it just to make sure. So, yes. The government want me to acknowledge something they do. Nope, I don't acknowledge anything they do. Basically, I mean, that'd be like turning around and say, basically saying, "Aye, well, let's acknowledge that Jimmy Savile's actually the childminder."
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're talking about government and actually being ahead of the game and actually try to do something for your safety, yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, and Sheergar actually didn't get lost.
Lord Luke, and he's still alive out there.
Yeah. The thing is, I've got zero trust to anybody in the government. See if somebody in the government actually tells me something, shakes my hand, I'll count my fingers.
I don't vote anymore because I can't be asked with it all. It's all just bloody.
Ronald Reagan once said the most frightening words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Here to help, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is...
This is not apocryphal. He did say this.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of politicians at one point would say things like that. Now, they actually think you're faulty in your brain if you don't accept that the government's there to do what they can to help you. So give me your money and stop using cash because we want to control what you spend your money on. They're already going down the route that they're going to, once they've got rid of cash and it's all digital, then, oh, wait a minute, you actually said a bad tweet, so you can't actually
they can tell us what to buy.
Yep. And accordingly, what they're going to do now, and next is if the money you get, you'll be getting credit from certain places and you have to spend it within a certain time or else it gets, so you can't save. You have to spend it or else it'll get taken back.
Well, that is so not good.
Of course not, but that's the government for you. You have to spend it what we tell you, and if you don't spend it and want to save it, we're taking it back. So that's the way it's going. I'm lucky. I'll be kicking it before that happens. So
Well,
And
I
if you want-
refuse to. I will not be kicking it before that happens.
So you're
I'm
going to
just
have
feels
to.
like the
asking-
movie
I don't
they
know how to avoid this. There's no way you can avoid it. Well, I do know that Governor Ron DeSantis, the best governor in the United States, has said he will not allow Florida to be subsumed into this cashless society.
The thing is, that's
I just
That's
don't know if
always-
there's anything he can do about it.
the thing is, it's banks and stuff like that. If a bank
Mhm.
actually tries to encourage it or basically makes it easy, as soon as shops stop taking cash, there's a lot of shops round about me who have actually stopped using card machines
Oh,
because the card machines are costing too much because they keep putting the prices up. It was like they would make a percentage of the total is what the card company would get for
Even
you
when
using
shops
theirs.
do, they give you discounts for paying in cash.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of places just turn around and say cash only.
Yeah.
That is it. There's no discount, nothing. They just say cash
But
only.
if every Sunday I go and I treat myself to pizza for lunch because my mom can't eat anything right now, anything that's solid. And they give me 10% discount if I pay cash. What docudrama? What did I miss? Oh, which reminds me, speaking of BBC and docudramas and everything, the BBC has started a new service called BBC Select, which is documentaries only.
Uh-huh.
Is it any good? Or is it
don't know.
totally woke garbage?
I haven't tried it.
I haven't tried it, I must admit. I
I
think
was
he's
thinking
got,
of seeing if they've got a free trial.
yeah.
I don't know.
No, it was Johnny Rotten said that about Savile in the 70s. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just today there was an article mentioning Johnny Rotten saying that the Harkles are just beyond the pale.
Oh God, I know. They're basically they think it's actually they still think they're actually popular. But
I
then
know.
again, you look at
Well, these South Parkles, as they're also called.
right, you look at Nicky the Fish, Nicola Sturgeon. Yeah, I mean, oh, I'm stepping down because we want to get somebody else to take it forward. Less than a week later, her husband gets arrested for insider trading and theft of company. Yeah, I mean, this is the same guy who was on the board of the company that she actually spent billions on PPI gear or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, and then they're all surprised that her husband's actually now hiding. They were seen taking carloads of stuff out the house before the police turned up. Not that she got told beforehand, you understand. But she wasn't there and all the stuff had been shipped out and in for the week leading up to him getting arrested. Bummer.
Bummer.
You know what I mean? So they're all corrupt. You name an honest politician and I'll show you a liar.
Think about it. How many I cannot think of any politicians that walked in poor and left not
Yeah.
rich.
Yep.
They all make a fortune.
Of course they do. It's the same idea as you show me an honest politician, I'll show you either one or two things: a liar or somebody that's not got
Hasn't
the
been around
money
long
yet.
enough.
Because what they do is, which I know because I knew a few people who used to actually be in government. What they would do? Oh, there's Gary there. Hello.
Hello, Gary.
Hey,
Gary? Who's Gary? It's
rather.
Gray.
Sorry, Gray.
I know that was my fault. That was my fault. I put the A and the R the wrong way around.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Yes.
How are you doing this morning? Great to see you. I'm glad I caught you this morning. This time difference,
Is it just
PJ,
me or
it's
is
messed
he
me
hanging?
up.
Yes, I have. You're actually in the future.
Yeah.
It's still Saturday night here.
When your
Another
clocks
45
changed, was it a
minutes.
couple of weeks ago?
Yes.
It's an hour earlier now. It starts my time. It starts 4 a.m. your show, so I was like,
Oh my gosh.
I'll never make it.
Clean here. Hey, Cam.
Yep. What I was saying is they were talking about politicians. So what they do is somebody comes in, usually fresh-faced, out to do good, want to do good. I'm in here for a reason. And what they do is say, claim that in your expenses. They say, but no, this is for me. They say, it's okay, just claim it in your expenses. You sure? Aye, it's okay, that's what it's for, because you need the expenses to get the nice dress so you look proper. And as soon as they do that and they sign for the expenses and they say, wait a minute, you can't actually do that, I'm going to vote against it. They say, you realise you actually bought that and it wasn't allowed, and that's them caught. So they basically drag them in, and as soon as they're in, they're just as bad as everybody else because they're stuck. They can't get out of it.
I don't remember who it was. Somebody in the UK wrote a piece, and maybe it was Douglas Murray. He lives here now, but he's still British. He wrote a piece about one of the good things about the monarchy is that while they're inherited, they're not political. Yes, we know Charles has been done a lot of political stuff, but he had 70 years as the heir, so he needed something to do. But in the UK, you don't sit there wondering if, Margaret Thatcher's kids are going to go into government or if Tony Blair's kids are going to go into government. Whereas here, because we don't have an inherited monarchy, people here say, oh, maybe Chelsea Clinton should run for president. And oh God, just the thought.
Hunter Biden.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know.
Spare me. No, I still have to live here.
So, Gray, how are you?
I don't even want his father anymore.
It was this talk of politicians that pulled me in, PJ. Never trust a politician. That's all I
never trust a politician. The only two politicians I trust. That's them trying to get the money. That's just so happened to be there. Because you missed the pick of the week, and that was just one of them.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
I was just saying, I heard the talk about Roman. I know I think he's busy today, but I had him on a kind of rare late night for him, very late night appearance. He came on my chill stream yesterday. I think it was like 2 a.m. or 2:30 where he was. I couldn't believe it.
He's doing backing stuff for someone.
John, I think Blue Crate guy, I think it is. But anyway,
the band. It's the band.
Yeah, they're getting the band back together.
That's right. I was just thinking the same thing, Alex. Get the band back together. Need T-shirts. We're with the band.
Aye. We are the band.
Better dealing us.
Oh no, the name of the band.
You get 5 T-shirts. One guy says, "I'm the band," and the other 4 saying, "We're with the band." Just actually all stand there. Play. I know it. But yeah. No, I was saying, I'm getting old, so I've taken up metal detecting in my old age. I need to get out and about. I'm sick of sitting in my room 7 days a week. So I'm going to do something to get me out the house at least one day so I can live that extra 2 days longer.
If we find out there's no Let's Talk Geeky next week, we know you striked it rich.
That's what I said.
No. If I ever struck it rich, all that means is I don't need to work and I can spend more time on the internet.
Well, let's see. If you get 2 million and it takes you a couple of years to get it, and after taxes you got 1 million, that's not really enough to retire on.
It is for me, because all I need to do is actually make sure my electricity is working for my internet.
We need to buy your sweets.
Yeah, you're frozen.
Well, that you mean now you've actually just spent my million. Anytime somebody asks me what would you do if you win $1 million, I would put £1 to it and pay all my debts off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't saving it. You, Julie. Your camera's frozen.
Yeah.
I know I'm frozen.
You're
I know.
sitting frozen.
And it's not a good look.
Quick, someone take a screenshot.
I know Jim the Viking did that with me when I had basically stuck like that, and he basically got a screenshot of me. I need to get a screenshot. Come on, where's my?
I'm not happy about this. Well, this computer is so old, I can't stand it.
But,
Just
you
can't
know,
afford
actually,
a new one yet.
even if you turn your camera off,
I'll have to try to do that. I'll try. No, I can't because it's still swirling.
there you go. I got a screenshot for you.
Oh, PJ.
I hate you.
Hey, you're back. There you go.
Hey.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm back.
It's StreamYards. It's so heavy. It's such a
I'm
heavy.
just gonna turn my
We're adding
camera
more
off.
things to it, Gray, anyway.
I'm turning my camera off so there's no more compromising facial expressions.
What?
God.
That is going to be posted over Twitter.
Oh, please no.
Listen, they did it to me. They did it to me. Jim did it to me. I was doing her, and it basically
No,
froze, and he just snapshotted it and put it all over the place.
I've never published my face on Twitter. Just saying. But now
Yeah.
it will be. Oh, great.
Why does it never freeze when you're like a nice smile or,
I know.
a good angle?
Well, there's a reason I rarely show my face on this show.
I know, and it basically, believe me, Jim got me the last time. He literally put it everywhere. Don't worry, I'm just actually closing the document, and it will not
Thank
save
you.
it.
Yeah, no, this computer is in such bad shape. I just cannot afford a new one right now.
Yeah.
So I just have to keep begging it to keep moving.
Well, that's the thing. I got a machine. It's a couple of years old now, but I made sure it was future-proof. Windows 11, 32 gig of RAM, a couple of terabytes hard drive, and all the extra bits. The only problem is I've got a slow internet around this area. However, no matter what I do, StreamYards just goes, yeah,
Well,
and it basically glitches.
this is an iMac that's going on 8 or 9 years old. So it's gotten to the point where it really can't handle updates. Some of the updates are just too much for it. Thanks, Justin. Thank you so much. Some of us live here.
Yes.
That's good though. 8-9 years, Kelly. 8 to 9 years is really good. It's still going.
I know, that's why it's got to get replaced.
Yeah. But then again, it's a Mac. A Mac's actually usually a lot better at actually lasting longer than a PC
Oh yeah, no,
is.
this lasted longer than any computer I've ever had. But
My longest computer I had was 13 years. I got an X server, so it had two big processors, and I just upgraded it, and I would just actually add more memory when I did, and it was that old. Eventually, I had to just, because it was so big, it was literally, it weighed a ton. It was just, when I started the work I'm in just now, my machine at home had more power than the server for the whole company. Basically, 2 Xeon processors and everything. It's sort of 64 gig of RAM. It had about 7 or 8 terabytes of hard drive. And that's when you couldn't get a terabyte. That was 500 gigs. I had them all in arrays and everything. And one of the servers 5 years ago started overtaking it. And I had already got rid of it about 4 years before that. But I had it for 13 years and it was more powerful. A quick change. I thought you did it the same as the MASH. You just went whoosh, and that was it.
I look like your long lost twin, PJ, because we were both in grey, weren't we? Grey tops, and I'm still in my pajamas actually. Underneath these are pajamas, but you can't really see. Thank goodness.
Yeah, but see, you're lucky. Like you got pajamas. I'm a bit of a. Can't really see it.
11 for you.
Is it GIT?
Yes, grandfather in training. It's still my Git t-shirt.
You're not in training anymore. You're a pro.
He's 1 in 2 weeks.
Really?
So I'm still in training, but yeah. So I know. I remember it like it was only last year.
Well, anyway, guys, I am going to make a move, I'm afraid.
No problem, Alex. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. We'll
Good
be
to
back.
see you, Alex.
Thank you. Well,
Alex, before you go, how's how's it going with the quitting, the non-smoking? Are you doing well?
doing well, but
Well done.
now
Well
I'm
done, sir.
addicted to Starburst.
Oh, Starburst!
Starburst.
Opal fruits.
Made to make your mouth water.
Yep.
I remember that scene.
All right. Well, I am going to make a move because I've got work to do.
See you later, Alex. Cheers.
Nice one.
Take care. See you back. FFSI will be back on the 24th of this month. So
Okay.
With
Stay tuned.
Monkey. No, it's no Monkey's the week
No,
after.
it's a week up. No, that's the month later.
Oh, that's
at the
right. It's
moment-
no, the 29th. Okay,
At the
okay.
moment, we don't know where Colin is. Somewhere in Wales in the past, I think. So.
Somewhere in 1356.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, everybody, take care. See you soon.
No, no. See you
Bye.
soon.
Bye bye.
Night.
So, Gray, what have you been up to apart from looking at comics?
That's about it. That's all I've got. PJ. I actually got some physical copies I ordered from Tokyo, fairly new, so wanted to show. Oh, did you get some as well? Oh, awesome.
It's so this is I think this is about issue 11 and 12. So it is. So it's basically their fantasy, sci-fi fantasy horror. So they are.
Cool.
So this one's very alien type, but it's futuristic alien. So it's a group of all are futuristic, and it's an alien hunting. And that one, the pack, you can imagine what it's about. It's about a pack of gargoyles come vampires come like me hunting people. So I've got you read them. So they came through yesterday. So I've got a couple
Nice.
bits and pieces to read. Mind you, I was a wee bit disappointed with the last one I read. The Clockwork Cavalier was one I got at the Comic-Con. The last time I got a comic from the guy, it was really good. This one, the Clockwork Cavalier, it sounded really good. It was very early cyberpunk, but they call it clock punk or something like that. So it's or gear punk. It's basically it's clockwork. So it's a Clockwork Cavalier, and it's really good. But it ended up it was all about the girl, and then the second story. There was no Clockwork Cavalier, so the book was called the Clockwork Cavalier. They had the story where it actually kept pushing the girl, and then at the end it says you're really good. This is meant to be Victorian London. You're very good. You should join us, the Bow Street Runners. She joins, then the next story's all about her. He's not even in it, and I was just disappointed because something that sounded so different was just another vehicle, and I was surprised because the last one I got was a real good one.
In the Bow Street Runners.
Eh?
I didn't know they had women in the Bow Street Runners.
They didn't. That was the thing, and it was with, as I said, it was the alternate reality with the Clockwork Cavalier and stuff like that. So, but it was a case of this: the evil white man tried to actually beat her up, and she took a knife to him and threatened him, and he let her run away because he was scared of her. And then they changed it, and they became more evil. And the Clockwork Cavalier venges to stop him, and he uses the girl to help him. And although he does the fighting, she's the one that gets the credit for it and gets the reward. And he basically says to her, "You're so good, you should join us." And then she joins, and then the next story's all about her. He's not even in it.
I know a lot of people are complaining that this week's Mandalorian is more about Bo-Katan than
I've heard it being called the Woomerlorian.
Mandalorian. But I do have to say that if it's okay for Wonder Woman to kick butt, why is it not okay for Bo-Katan to kick butt?
But because Wonder Woman is a superhuman.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Right, but Bo-Katan's the leader. She's, like the royal family of the Mandalorian. So
it's the fact is it's not to do with the beating up. Wonder Woman is a superhuman. That'd be like Wonder Woman and Superman fighting, and she constantly beats him because Superman's meant to be the strong, the Superman. However, Wonder Woman fighting Batman. You would expect her to beat him because she is a superpowered
He's a mere
human.
mortal and she's not.
He's a mere mortal. However, in that the two of them are mere mortals, but no matter what, she seems to be the stronger. She seems to be the better fighter. She seems to be, and that's the thing.
All right.
So it's the power. It's a power dynamic. If you've got a 5'6" woman and a 6'6" guy built like a brick shit house, she punches him and he flies as if she's beat.
No,
That's where the problems are. It's basically the dynamics of it.
I get your point, but for some, all right, this is going to sound like it's coming out of left field, and I apologize. But it all of a sudden hit me that the name Bo-Katan sort of is reminiscent of Boudica.
Yeah.
She's a woman who led armies and kicked butt.
Yes, but if she didn't actually do one-to-ones with big
Well, I
chieftains,
know that, but she didn't have access to jetpacks and all the other stuff that Mandalorians have.
yes, but that's where the problem it was with it. I think but then again, I like a good Japanese movie. I like a good Chinese movie, and when they're doing karate or kung fu or taekwondo or whatever, you see women beating the crap out of the guys. It's because of technique and the training. There's a difference when you're getting two people who've got the same training. Yeah, one who's the smaller seems to actually always constantly overpower the other one when they're meant to be this. They've got the same skills, same training. That's the problem. It is if you can't actually have two of them standing up, having the same training, slogging it out, but it's only the guy that seems to be taking the hits and falling back.
I do understand what you're saying, but for some reason, it doesn't bother me that she beat this guy up. It just doesn't.
I bet if it was just the one guy, there wouldn't be an issue. But it's almost like she's beating this one, and then she beats this one, and then she does and that's the problem with it. They don't know when to stop it. It's amazing. Look at Princess Leia. Princess Leia was the perfect one. She basically always got one over on Darth Vader.
Yep.
And the only way Darth Vader could get one over on her is basically because he decided to go, just kill them all. And he didn't get one over on her. He just basically just did something because he didn't care enough about what she thought or anybody else thought. But whereas she could always get one over on her, and nobody had an issue with that. She didn't try and fight him. She used her skills.
One, she's also using her brains to organize.
Exactly, she's using the skills she's got, which is outmatches his. And that's the problem. If it's an outmatch thing, but it's when they're actually acting as if the two of them are the same.
No,
yet the smaller person. It'd be like having a 6'6" woman built like a brick shit house and this wee guy. You wouldn't expect him to beat her up just
built
because.
Like a brick shit house. I love that phrase.
I haven't heard that in a very long time.
Yes, me too. Takes me back.
Yeah. I'm an old man. I'm allowed to use these phrases. But no. Yeah, it was a phrase my dad always used to use.
Oh yeah, no, I know the phrase. It's over on this side of the pond too.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's a phrase my dad always used to use. So it's just a phrase that's in my wheelhouse because I grew up with it.
I mean, I know because obviously you all know that I'm the farthest thing from woke imaginable, but it didn't bother me. See,
the thing is, one of my friends in work, she was so looking forward to season 3, so looking forward to it, and then we were talking about it the other day, and I says, "So is that the 6 is that it finished 6 episodes?" She says, "No, there's 8." I says, "Oh well, you've still got another 2." She goes, "It's rubbish," and yet she was so looking forward to it. She loved the first season. The second season, it was a bit, she says it was just, but the third season meant to improve. This is going to happen. These people are going to be in it. It's going to make, and she says after 6 episodes, she's just watching it because.
Last week's episode, the one with Jack Black and Lizzo, was so awful.
It looks terrible.
I hate Jack Black. Anything he's in, I just dislike it. I don't think he is funny. I don't
He
think
just plays himself,
in-
PJ, doesn't he? He always plays Jack Black.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the same. It's the same as Jack Nicholson. I hate him in most things because he just plays himself. He doesn't act. He's always himself. I liked him in the Batman when he played the Joker because he played an exaggerated version of himself.
He was good.
But that's what I'm saying. But it was an exaggerated version of himself.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So, and I think he just plays himself. So most of his movies, unless it's a movie designed for him, it doesn't really work. Like one Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest worked. It was a really good movie.
Yeah, his early stuff is really good. His early
Anger Management didn't. It was bad.
He's good in Easy Rider, isn't he? Have you seen that?
Aye, he was good in that as well.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. But I think now it's just. But I think Jack Black just. I'm a big King Kong fan. I love the classic 1933 King Kong. I liked the remake, but see the Jack Black one, I absolutely despise it. The way they're running through that valley with the dinosaurs. Really?
I remember.
They're running through the dinosaurs.
Funny.
They're running faster than them, and yet not one of them gets nudged. You see the dinosaurs crashing into each other, yet not one of them get nudged.
The only movie I've ever actually seen with Jack Black, because I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Gulliver's Travels.
Didn't see it. I remember the cartoon version from when I was a little
kid. The cartoon version was far, far, far superior.
Oh, yeah.
They did one, and I only watched about 10 minutes of it. As soon as he started it, I just thought, oh, God, no. School of Rock. How many people think School of Rock's a great thing? I just cannot watch it.
The only movie I've seen him in that I've watched the whole movie of is The Holiday, which is a chick flick that I just love.
I've not seen that. So
Kelly, can you take him as in the leading man role?
Yeah, he is. But he's adorable in it.
Really? Do you like it? I wasn't sure. I like that movie. I do like it. I know I'm a bit of a softie, but I didn't like him in it.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it just worked. He and Kate Winslet were kind of cute together, and Jude Law.
Kate Winslet, she's awesome. Always gold.
Who?
Kate Winslet, she's brilliant. She's in everything. I love her.
Eli Wallach is in it, and Edward Burns, who went to my high school, is in it. And it's for me, it's a guilty pleasure movie.
Well,
a guilty pleasure movie.
I just there's certain things that I can't watch because of the person in them, but there is one or two of that person's I can watch because I disassociate it with the person. Like I like Risky Business? Tom Cruise. I just dislike Tom Cruise. Anything he's in I cannot watch. Yet I like Risky Business. I liked Rain Man.
Yeah.
Like both of them. Can't abide him in most other things. But I think it's the same again. His early stuff. I think it's before he started doing all the Scientology and the acting like a nutcase as if. Sorry.
There's one actress whom I absolutely cannot abide. Samantha Morton. I've hated her in every single thing I've seen her in. Everything.
I'm trying to think Samantha
Morton.
Morton.
Won an Oscar for something, and I don't remember what it was because I wouldn't see it because she's in it, and I just can't see it.
Glenn Close. Cannot abide her.
Jane Eyre. She's been, oh God, what else has she been in? She's been in way too much.
There's just one or two. No matter what, I cannot watch because they're doing it like Jack Black, right? Anything with, I just think he just has that smug look at me.
No, I get
smile
it.
on his face all the time. No matter if he's meant to be serious or whatever, it's almost a smug. Look, I'm getting paid for this. It's just in my head. I just see that smugness, and I just cannot watch it.
Yeah, and speaking of Samantha Morton, she was in Tom Jones years and years and years ago, and she was not pretty enough to play Sophie Western. She's just not. And speaking of that, there's going to be a new Tom Jones with a black Sophie Western.
Are we surprised after all the problems they've been having because they're doing a new Lilo and Stitch, and the race switched Stitch, or is it Lilo? The race swapped her, and people are going up and down me because they're whitewashing it. Wait a minute, you just said with the Little Mermaid it wasn't an issue. What's the problem with they've just changed the race? So does it not work both ways? Obviously it doesn't, because
well, yeah, no, you cannot have.
Well, they basically kept saying it's not an issue. I don't know why he's having an issue. It's not an issue. And then somebody says this is the best person to play that, and they say, but that's race swapped. It is an issue, and they've just actually proved themselves to be a bunch of racists because it's suddenly an issue when everybody else had an issue about something else.
If a black woman can play Anne Boleyn, then why does the white
Cleopatra
play Martin Luther King?
Yeah, but it's so farcical it is. It's just the Cleopatra one. I mean, there's the Netflix is doing a Cleopatra, and Cleopatra's black.
Well, look at Bridgerton. Queen Charlotte is a black woman, and so are several other characters. And race swapping is one thing if they're totally fictional characters, but if you're dealing with real characters, real people. Yes, or maybe there's a possibility that Queen Charlotte may have had one black ancestor 500 years before she was born. But that doesn't make her a black woman.
But it's crazy. It's I don't know. There are certain things I think you can get away with because it's. I've had the argument with the Mega Geek, Ian. Both of us agree right up to a point. Doctor Who should be a male British actor.
White guy.
That's where me and Ian change.
Well, Ian agrees. Ian says he should be a white guy.
That's where me and Ian disagree. That's where me and Ian disagree, sorry. Ian said, and I says, no, it should be British. Because I'm a third generation Italian or Irish, depends on how you want to look at it. Because my dad's mum and dad were Irish and Italian. My mum's were both Scottish. So technically I'm not Scottish then, because that means I can't play a Scot because I've only been here for 2 generations. You can have somebody who is born here and be as Scottish as I am. Just because they're black doesn't make them any less Scottish. That's the way I look at it. So as long as they're British.
We've talked about that before, the difference between nationality and ethnicity.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. So if somebody's brought up, they've lived here, they were born here, they're British, I don't care. I can understand how the stories would affect it. It would affect the stories.
It goes back to ancient,
that's what I'm saying. I can understand that aspect of it. But what I'm saying is, to play the part, I don't have an issue if it's an actual somebody who brought up a second or third generation British person who's black playing it.
I agree with you. I agree with you rather than Ian. I'm okay with Shooty playing it. I just don't necessarily like the way he's going to be playing it.
Well, I think it's we had this discussion last week. Basically, as I've been saying from day dot, it's basically going to be the same way. As soon as RTD came out and started mouthing off, you knew exactly where it was going. Now they're talking about Shooty's going to actually play it a particular way. They've got the trans person in. They're going to do this. This is the sexuality. Basically, that's all they're talking about. They're more interested in ticking the boxes again. And that's what I said from day one. I was hoping to God I was wrong. I wasn't going to watch it, so it's not going to affect me. I was hoping to God it was wrong, so everybody else who was going to watch it was going to have a good time.
I don't care about representation. I do not need. I'm not narcissistic enough to need to see myself on screen.
That's exactly it. So based on their rules, nobody could watch it because nobody can see themselves as Shooty because he's the only person that can see himself as Shooty, so as the Doctor. So we're all ruled out because that's the reason they say, well, we need to have representation because people don't see themselves on the screen. well, that means we don't see ourselves in the screen, so that means we're out then. Unless you want to be the bad guy. And I don't really want to be the bad guy, so I'll just...
We're always the bad guys, aren't we? Especially at the moment.
In all fairness, I've been married twice, so I'm always the bad guy.
Great, what do you think of Japan? Because I know the Japanese aren't exactly real big on non-Japanese people.
Yeah, I mean, you never really shake off the feeling that you are the gaijin, you know, the foreigner, the outsider, but it's a lot better than it used to be. I guess that's the same for most countries, isn't it? It's a lot more relaxed now.
Unless the Star Wars in China.
Unless it's China and North Korea.
They had an advert for a washing machine where the woman's married to a black guy and she throws him into the washing machine and it comes out Chinese.
Oh, God. Really?
Yes.
Was that actually made last week? It certainly wasn't made last week.
You know, going back to Doctor Who, like, you guys were aware of this. Do you remember when they used to focus on talking about the story and the characters and the development? You know, that's what they're excited about. Now it's the focusing on, as you say, these kind of tick boxes, which is so annoying. That's
the one thing I've always said. If I'm watching something and they're advertising something, I don't watch the new stuff because I get sick of it. But if they actually start by this black man, woman, sexually person, whatever, and just start talking about that, then you know the story's going to be unimportant, and which means it's going to be rubbish.
You know where the focus is, yeah.
So as soon as somebody actually starts off as saying, as a type of person, I just think, what's the point in listening to them? It's the same idea. It's a couple of my friends don't come up to me and say, as a gay man, I think. They don't. They just say, I think you shouldn't do that. They don't go, as a gay man, I think. They just say, I think you shouldn't do that. And that's the thing. The difference is, it's people who start with putting themselves into a group. It's unimportant. I don't actually go up to anybody and say, as a guy with a beard, I think. It's irrelevant. If I'm talking about beard products, maybe. If I'm talking about hair products, maybe. But I don't actually put myself into the category, well, as a guy from a beard, I've got an opinion on it. I don't care.
Not only this whole representation thing is annoying, not only is it annoying, it's also unreal. Because, for example, in this new Doctor Who, they now have, you know, a drag queen and 2 trans characters and multiple gay people playing gay people. They're being overrepresented. It's like all these shows. When we were talking about Death in Paradise the other week and the possibility of a woman detective, a woman DI, I should say.
Yeah.
And if you look at all the detective shows there are on TV, how many of them are led by women? They're overrepresented. I would bet in the real world there aren't quite that many women in charge.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually nowadays. I wouldn't actually say that.
I don't think that they're, you know, women part team.
There's not the women who are actually wanting to do those jobs, but I said that we were talking about Death in Paradise, and I said that before. You had Fidel, you had JP. They all get promoted to sergeants, and then they get shipped off. Obviously, it's but the 2 female sergeants that came in, and they get promoted to DS, detective sergeants. Yet their pilot, the reason the sergeant killed the detective inspector is because she was constantly getting passed over for promotion. So, but the thing is, after that first one, they've used that and then forgot about it. 2 of their sergeants got training jobs out with, yet the 2 female sergeants got promoted to detective sergeants.
No, I get what you're saying, but I think they wanted it for box ticking. But that's okay. I mean, the 2 men wanted to leave the show.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. Either they wanted to leave or else they changed the story.
They left. I mean, Florence came in. She was already a sergeant. And
that's different. But it was the ones that were sergeants who got promoted to detective sergeants, whereas the 2 guys who were sergeants didn't.
Well, again, because they quit the show.
the Florence came in and almost within an episode she was, but
Right.
none of the guys who they were still there when they were sergeants for a season or two never did.
But they were already detective sergeants there. I know. I don't know. All I know is it probably is box ticking, but I actually don't think they should put a woman in the DI position because it would not be a good dynamic with.
They have done it once and it was a disaster.
Oh, she was awful.
She was.
I know. She was a DS.
She was.
Yes.
She was absolutely dire. So she was that wee.
Shirley Henderson.
She's a good actress. I cannot deny it. She was meant to play that weedy type of person, and she played it so well. But
Right, and Richard was homesick with some kind of.
yeah, he had a flu type thing.
And then they had the one who, well, in
Gray's never seen Death in Paradise, has she?
who investigated Neville in Death in Paradise.
I'm only
No,
on season 1. BJ.
You're in season 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm rewatching season 1.
It's lovely though, isn't it, Kelly? It's so good. It just makes you feel warm and happy. Even though it's a murder show, I know it sounds crazy, but I love the setting.
Great show.
The setting's awesome.
I love that show.
See, I remember a wee while back, I was talking to someone and they were having a laugh and joke about detective shows.
Mhm.
And they would say, would you like to live in any of those places? I says,
Yeah.
Basically, I want to be in Death in Paradise.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the victim, but I want to be in Death, because that place looked, the place, the people just looked fantastic. If that was a real place, I want to live there.
Death in Paradise over Happy Valley any day. I want to live there.
But you know what I mean? Out of all the places, yeah, I think I could actually put up with being a statistic possible.
Where does Vera take place? Because it's always cold and dank there too.
Where?
Vera.
I don't. Is that not the Downs? Is that not the?
I don't know.
The moors, the
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire moors. Is that not?
It's always dreary.
Oh, it's grim up north, Kelly. Grim up north. That's where I'm
grim
from.
up north. Well, we don't call that up. From here, we call that down south.
Oh yeah.
What? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear what you said, PJ.
No, I says from here we call that down south.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Well, it's weird for me to think of South Carolina as north of here.
Because it's south.
Yeah, it used to be. Now it's north. It's north of me.
Guys, can I ask you about? There's a show that I just watched recently, and I'm late to it. Did any of you see? It's called The Capture. It's about what do you call it? Oh my God, CCTV and how they can maybe manipulate it to change, do deep fakes and.
Oh, I don't know that.
Oh, it was really good.
Oh, I haven't seen this one.
Sure.
I don't know what it's on though. I found it on Amazon Prime in Japan, but I don't know what the original network was. Just called The Capture, yeah, as in like.
Capture.
Oh, I've got Amazon Prime anyway, so.
I have Amazon Prime. Oh, it's a British show. No, American. American and British?
It's a bit, yeah. I think it's what do you call it? A co-production, and oh my God, who's in it? The crazy guy, Ron Perlman's in it. He's actually quite good. But the leading lady, the British actress called Holiday Granger, she was great
When
she's
a British
really good.
is charged with a crime, the tenacious young detective handling his case begins to uncover a conspiracy. Because I know Ron Perlman is American.
Yeah. So I think it must be.
I thought he came out of the gates of hell. Oh no, that was actually at Hellboy. Sorry.
Did you see that, PJ? The remake Hellboy.
I didn't even want to see it.
I couldn't finish it.
I saw the clip of it. And I went.
It was terrible. I don't know what happened with that.
It was so bad. So it was. But then again, did you see the remake of The Tick?
No.
I thought it was. I thought it was mediocre. So I did. I saw Gary in the Erotic. He really liked it.
Yeah,
but
he talks about
the original Tick with Patrick Warburton as the Tick.
Oh, I like
Okay.
Patrick Warburton.
Is absolutely stunningly amazing. He plays the Tick to a T, whereas this other guy playing it, he didn't have that. It wasn't as imposing as Patrick Warburton. He, shall we say, but what a bit shit out. You know what I mean? He's a very tall, broad, big guy, and as the Tick, as the superhero, it worked. Whereas this new guy, he's no more different than me. He didn't actually look toned up. He didn't look very tall, and you're sitting there thinking it just didn't have the same effect as the original Tick. Yeah, accordingly they said the story was better, but yeah, I preferred the original with Batman Well. Yeah, I mean the original Tick. If you get a chance to see the cartoon was good, the animation was good.
I've heard
The
that,
live
yeah.
action one with Patrick Warburton as the Tick was absolutely fantastic. Some of the great stories, the characters were fantastic. Even as Arthur with the moth suit on was absolutely stunning. The whole thing is just such a parody of it. It's just amazing. But even if you can't, just even YouTube the
Yeah.
Tick.
I've no
Patrick
idea
Warburton.
they'd done two live action TV series. I knew about the animated one. I knew about the Amazon one
Patrick
recently.
Warburton's
Aye.
hilarious.
No way.
Patrick Warburton, he is to me the Tick. Nobody can replace him because he just plays it so deadpan.
He's
with the
good at
suit on.
that. He's very good at deadpan, but still with a twinkle in his eye.
2001. Okay, no, completely missed it. Wow.
So the animation is really good. The Patrick Warburton is really good. The new one to me was meh. It was there, but it wasn't to me anything that stood out. Yeah, I mean, I forgot mostly anything about it. I just remember the way the guy looked, and it just didn't stick. So I've watched it, and I can't even remember it. Whereas with Batman Well and stuff like that, the guy who played Batman Well was absolutely superb. He's been in a few, and I just try to remember his name. Oh, he's been in Friends. He's been in things like that. He's Mexican actor, and he's really good. Very handsome guy. But the whole idea of him being, they wanted to call him the Man Bat, but they got told, nope, you're not allowed to do anything that implies Batman. So they called him Batman Well to get around it. And the Tick is just superb. I would if you get a chance, have a look at that live action one and see how you think of that. But I'm not as keen on the new one. But sometimes the new ones do work. I'm not denying that, because sometimes the old one you remember it, but there's a guy or a woman could step in to a role and actually make it their own, not changing it. Changing the old one or disrespecting the old one. You look at Gal Gadot, she's Wonder Woman. Lindsay Wagner, it's Wonder Woman. Lindsay Carter, Wagner. Where did I get Wagner from?
Linda Carter.
It's Wonder Woman. But the two of them are different Wonder Womans, but the two of them work. One from the movie, one from the TV, so they don't take away from each other. Whereas I saw the Wonder Woman TV show, which was junk. It was only one episode. It was a pilot. It was bad. They tried to do a modern one. It just nope. It's the same as they did the Bionic Woman as a TV, and it was a pilot. It was bad. I saw the Knight Rider one. It was a pilot, and it was bad because it wasn't a Trans Am. It was a Mustang, and it could change colour when it wanted. You know what I mean? And any time there was a damage, it would repair itself and stuff like that. It's almost a case of really, it's basically so they don't need all these backup people because the car can do everything itself. It doesn't even need anybody to drive it. It was just, to me, that was bad as well. It's things like that just don't work, but some things do, and I didn't think the Tick worked, but I've seen other ones where they do work. So But yeah, Lindsay Carter was just she was my one, and she was the one that I would actually. I mean, I remember her actually even as a kid standing there.
Me too.
Around.
I remember that. Yeah, when I was a kid.
Bionic woman, right?
But then again, accordingly, us guys didn't do things like that with superhero women. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't actually ever pretend I was Wonder Woman. Accordingly,
You watched $6 Million Man a lot, and also
I had a $6 million man action man. You could look through his head.
Yeah, my brother had one. Yeah.
and you pressed the wee bit in his back, and his arm would go and lift the engine up. Yeah, I remember them. I had them as well. But yeah, I got my new Action Man. Well, it's an old Action Man. I got a John Wayne Action Man. I picked it up at a Comic Con, so I got an Action Man now in my collection. I do like an Action Man. I want about 4 or 5 others, and I want a Jeep, and I want the Scout car because that's the one I had that my brother lost the machine gun off of. I want a half track because that's what he had, and he wouldn't let me play with it. I want the helicopter because my pal had it and I never got one. And I want the parachute and I want the sail. I just want it all. Can I not get my childhood back?
Mm-hmm.
Go back and just steal all the toys off me as I got them, so I can keep them for now. Yeah, I'd be a really bad person. I would actually get a time machine and go back, and as soon as I get handed a toy, I would steal it off myself so I've got it, so I remember it. And then I would have this migraine headache where all these memories come back about this old guy actually stealing all my toys. The reverse of Santa. I would come in and steal his toys at night. But yeah, it's wishful thinking. But my man cave is my wish trying to come true. Even though I'm trying to get out of it because I'm going metal detected. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. The one that played the Bionic Woman was the one that was in EastEnders, and she was in Doctor Who. She was the one about the bus. The one. Remember, the bus went through. Say again.
Lindsay Wagner.
No. The one that played the new version of the Bionic Woman.
Oh, I thought you meant the original Bionic Woman.
No. This is the one
That's
that played the remake of it, which was dire.
When did they do a remake?
Oh, I can't remember off the top. I saw it about 3-4 years ago. It was her. It was in the Doctor Who episode where the bus goes through. Remember, and Lee Evans was in it. He was the wee scientist that was actually trying to work it. They had Bambera there, and
Bionic Woman was a TV series with Michelle Ryan and Miguel Ferrer in 2007.
That sounds like it. Michelle, is she the one that was in Doctor Who?
She played Lady Christina.
Aye, and the one with the bus, that was the one. Yeah, that's the one. So she played it, and I thought it was absolutely. Oh my god, it was bad.
It looks awful.
It was. It just all the special effects they've got now, and it actually made it look worse than actually them actually in slow motion going. You know, I mean, I remember all the.
He was in Death in Paradise in one of Chris Marshall's early episodes.
Yes, that's right.
And
she was in that.
In Doctor Who, Lady Christina.
Mm-hmm. She's been in EastEnders.
She was Mariah Bertram in Mansfield Park, Mr. Bean's Wedding, EastEnders, Zoe Slater, 532 episodes.
Yep, she's one of the Slater girls.
Wow. What was obviously one of her first jobs.
Oh, it would have been aye, because it's the same as anybody. They get a part in that and they never actually left until they get a better job somewhere else.
Yeah, she was
and then some of them come back and actually do it because the jobs they got somewhere else didn't really work.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that's what you're talking about because I'd never heard of it.
No, me neither.
Yeah, it was.
Sounds like I probably.
You even look at the Knight Rider.
I remember.
I don't want to. Don't want to see the new version.
The new Knight Rider. As I said, the no Trans Am. It was a Mustang, and It was that. Basically, the car was that advanced. It didn't need us. It probably could have actually got out itself and actually put fuel in its tank. Probably had a nuclear engine just so it didn't need to slow down. It was just one of those ones that no matter what happened, the car, if somebody crashed into the car, it would repair itself. It would change its colour and its shape so it could match any other one. It was it's the best thing noted because it just, and it wasn't even Michael Knight. It was they changed the name as well. You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, I never saw it. I'm not a David Hasselhoff fan, so I didn't watch the original much either.
No, I liked the original. I didn't
PJ
really
and
care
Kelly,
about.
sorry guys, I need to drop. The missus is just coming down, I think now, so it's breakfast time. Make some breakfast.
No problem. It's Sunday now for me anyway.
Sunday.
All right.
Saturday.
Happy Sunday.
Morning.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes past 12. We'll be finishing up shortly anyway. But Gray, thank you for joining us, and I'm glad the time's a wee bit different.
Yeah,
now.
I'm really glad I made it. Thanks for having me on again, and thanks for the link in the chat. I appreciate it.
Have you got anything coming up before you go?
No, that's good. We're all good. Hope to see you again in the future. Let's talk.
Yeah,
Geeky.
one of these days I'll actually be up early enough to catch one of yours live.
Right, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Don't worry about it, man.
Not a problem.
Kelly, great to see you, and PJ, good catching up, and Alex from before. Hope you're good, mate. Hope you're all Genki. As I say. Catch you soon. Have a good Sunday, PJ, Kelly.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you, chat. Bye-bye.
And then there was 2. So we'll start winding up anyway. Yeah. So have you got any plans for the next week? Anything you're watching, things like that?
Like I said before, last Saturday after I saw you all, I watched episode 1 of Castrovalva. So after we get off this tonight, I'm going to go watch the rest of Castrovalva.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to my bed as soon as I finish here, and I'm up tomorrow morning. I'm not going to even catch Mr. Hyde tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be there catching Mr. Hyde tomorrow.
I can't because my wife comes back from Aintree tomorrow, and I'm the driver, so I think she gets back between 8 and 9. So I'll be up in Glasgow sitting waiting to pick her up.
Anybody who's available, Mr. Hyde and Wendology host a B-movie program, and it's sometimes hilarious, unintentionally hilarious.
Oh, sometimes it's really, really, really annoying because I actually managed to make it last week, and then my internet went down, and I think that was it. It was spotty. It kept going up and down Sunday, and so Sunday night it just disappeared. And I'm sitting there thinking, why is that just going spin, 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 spin? Then I realised my whole internet had gone down. And I was going nuts. So I was restarting my machine, trying to get it on. It came on and then went straight back off. So I was doing everything, couldn't get it. And then it came back up in about 10 o'clock in the Monday because my wife had phoned and says, the internet's back up. And then she phoned me up half an hour later, it's back down again. And accordingly, up and down the whole day, even at Monday night, I couldn't get on it. There was no much point. It was just spotty.
People in the UK, I know Grandma Miranda was mentioning she was having internet issues, and I know Wendy and Darren were having internet issues. Sounds like all over the UK people are having internet issues.
Yeah. It just basically, that's the first time in about 2 years I've dropped a connection, and it's lasted so long. I've dropped a connection, and it's basically been maybe a couple hours.
Well, also, Bluebonnet Hoovian is coming back online. She's had tomorrow's her 3rd episode of her new rebranded channel, Galactic Girls.
Superb.
Yeah, and they're going to be on at noon Central Time, which I think is 6 p.m. your time.
I might actually be able to catch that.
For 2.5 hours before the B movie show.
Superb.
What a good time there too. I mean, unfortunately, it's at a rough time for me to get there because I'm generally spend that mornings with my mom.
Yeah.
But we've had a really good time. And they have a special guest at the end of the show. Retro Doc was on last week. So they try to have somebody extra on at the end of every show.
Yeah, it sounds ideal. Hopefully I'll be able to catch it. But tomorrow I've got my metal detector. My wife's not around. I'm going to be sitting out the back.
We
Going,
want
"No,
a full report.
I'm going to practice. I've got all the coins and the bits of metal and the bits of iron, so I can hear the difference between that and that. And stuff like that. So I'm going to be practicing. So I've got a video to record for my new channel. So remember, boys and girls, lads and lassies, nip over to PJ Maybe Old and leave us a subscribe. It should have actually gone up. I actually scheduled it to go up while this one was playing. So there is an introduction video online for saying what I'm going to be doing and why I'm going to be doing it. So, and also remember, from now until I reach 1,000, any chat, any comment in the video, there's no point doing it in the chat because I can't catch them all, but in the comments, I get notified of them all. You can put either hashtag Bebop or hashtag the Duke or just Duke, and you'll go into the draw for the Bebop figure from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or the John Wayne plate and stand. But I'm drawing that when I reach 1,000, and I'm at 668.
Oh, 668. Sorry.
Oh no, it's not. It's 683.
That's not 686. 683.
683. Aye, I'm getting the numbers wrong. It's just obviously because we were talking about 666 earlier on. So 683. So I've still got 317. See how quickly I calculated that. Brain not going. That's how long I've got. So there's a long time. So I'm reckoning those things will still be sitting there, and they might actually. I'll even dust them occasionally just to make sure all the dust comes off.
Well, the Duke is protected in his styrofoam.
Yes, he is. The Duke's aside, so that's all the posted ready to go. So I will do a wee video so I can add it to my start, just so people are aware for the next X amount of time.
Looking forward to a full report on your first day of metal detecting.
Yes, well, tomorrow I'm going to actually, as I said, I'm going to nip out the back and I'm going to get my metal detector and my wee spade and see what I can find. I've got a practice video. I've got a practice to talk about all the kit. I've got one piece of kit still to turn up, so I don't know whether to wait until Monday night or Tuesday night. So I will be putting it up sometime this week. But
Disaster Area asks if you've got a link to the new channel yet.
The chat, just basically go to youtube.com at PJ Maybe Old. I will put it in the description, so I will. But it's just launched. The name of the channel and the name of the descriptor are different. The descriptor says the digging old, because I was going to call it as in digging gold. I play on that, but then I realised digging something in my accent, some people might get annoyed because I might mispronounce something. So I went with PJ Maybe Old, but I can't change the descriptor for another 7 days because you get I think it's not 14, I think it's 14 days. So I did it. I set it up last week ready and I changed my mind. So that's what it is, at PJ Maybe Old, because I may be old, but I'm still out there.
And you're still classic.
Yeah, I'm still classic, but for the as I said, I was actually trying to think of something because I'm not old, I'm classic. It's basically the way I feel, but I didn't want to take it on to the metal detecting one. And yes, I think it's detect and collect, and that's what it's going to be.
I'm going to have to start watching Detectorists. I've seen a couple of episodes. I'm going to have to keep watching.
The Detectorists with Toby Jones and
like I said, I've seen a couple of the episodes.
I like it. That it's basically it's not a funny. It's just it's nice and humorous drama, and it's about the two of them and the things that are around them.
You know, it's entertaining, but it's not broad comedy. But it's
no, it's not, and I think it's got some nice drama bits in them. It's got some nice humor in it. It's got some nice silly bits in it as well. It's got a bit of everything, and it's just nice and relaxing. Two guys doing their own hobby and just what happens around them.
It's amazing the variety of things Toby Jones is in.
Oh, aye. Have you ever seen him in Charmed? Marvelous.
No.
It's a football movie about he plays a person with Down syndrome.
Really?
And the guy who he plays is occasionally in it when they're talking to each other about what's just happened in the movie. And he's really good at it. And I'm not a big football fan, and I enjoyed it. He plays a mascot. It's just this guy he basically steps up and just asks to do this and do that, and then eventually gets in. He was on the umpire's boat for the Oxford Cambridge boat race at one point, because he just turned on and asked again. He had a Bible. He would get, if he saw a bishop, he would ask them to autograph it. But if it was just a priest, he would ask them to autograph the back because they weren't sporting. Stuff like that. He was just this type of guy, and he was just basically get in and people just loved him, and he just basically, and Toby Jones plays that. Marvelous. It's a football one, as in soccer.
Right, I knew what you meant.
I know, but there's people out there that might not.
I'm the
Marvelous. So if you get a chance, Marvelous is a good one with him in it.
I'll look that up.
But that's us for tonight. So, boys and girls, lads and lassies, thank you for sticking with us. Yeah, and thank you for Jim for joining us again. Thank you for Gray and Alec as well for coming in. But Jim, need to get you back. Just actually stop stuffing your face. Although I'm going to stop my face before I go to my bed. Because all that sweetie talk, I just want to eat. So, until then, next week, remember, give us a like, nip over to the new channel. I'll put the descriptor, and we are out.
Night, everybody.
Good night. Remember, we're not old. We're classic. PJ Maybe and Kelly Inch.
Night.